This is the most unique and original React portfolio website you will find on YouTube. We're creating an amazing AI-generated avatar of ourselves for free using Lexica art. We have an amazing dynamic background. We have an About section with menus and submenus where you can learn about our personal side, our education, and our career. We have a skills section where we divided our skills into different menus, front end, back end, and any other you want. And they're of course dynamically generated and not hard-coded. We have a section displaying our projects, their picture, description, and of course a link to the live demo and a GitHub repo. We also have a fully functional and secure contact page where we have a form where people can send in their message and it's delivered to our email. We are deploying our website for free on Netlify. We're managing our code with VS Code and GitHub Desktop, and we're amping up our website with the React framework. All you need is fundamental understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Subscribe and hit the bell icon to ensure you don't miss out on a thing on this exciting adventure. Let's get started. First off, make sure that you have a GitHub account. Go to github.com. If you don't, we're going to use this to deploy our website later and also to keep track of our repository and our changes. So sign up for an account. It's pretty easy if you don't have one already. Email, password, that sort of thing. Then download GitHub Desktop. That's going to help us sync up our local repository files with our online files. And make sure to sign in with your GitHub account. Then download and install Visual Studio Code and follow the installation instructions. Then you're going to open GitHub Desktop and it's going to look a bit like this. I'm signed in with my GitHub account. I am currently in the finished repository that you can also find down below in the description to see the finished code. Now we are going to create a new repository. We're going to click here. We're going to click Add. We're going to create new repository. If you're on Windows, it's going to be in File. And we're just going to give it any name we want. I'm going to call it React Portfolio v2 for my sake. Create repository. We're going to publish repository to GitHub. And I'm going to keep this code open, public, but you can choose whatever you want. Then you have the option here to open it in Visual Studio Code. We're going to do that. It's going to look a bit like this. We can close this welcome message. Our repository is right here. We can delete this git attributes file. And then we're going to go into the extensions here and we're going to download or install. You're going to install ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. That's going to help us during the process of creating all our React files. It's going to speed up the process a bit. It's a handy little tool. So install that. You can search for it here. And you're gonna install path in IntelliSense for the same reason. It's gonna speed up the process when we are linking to the different file names. And you're gonna install a prettier code formatter if you want to. That's the one I use, and I highly recommend it to keep our code clean. We have our project folder set up, but there's one more thing we need to install if you don't already have it to be able to use React. Back in our browser, you're gonna go to node.js.org. And you're going to download Node. It is a necessary runtime environment to be able to run React projects. So you're going to download it either for Windows or Mac, and you're going to download the recommended for most users package, whatever this version is for you when you watch this video. So run the installer and follow the prompts in the installer. You should be able to just accept all the default settings and then switch back to VS Code, and you're going to see the terminal up here option. We're going to open a new terminal, and now we're going to check if we have installed Node correctly. So you're going to write node space -v, and you see when I hit enter, it gives me my version of Node, so it's correctly installed. If you don't get anything here, if you get an error message, you need to redo the process and make sure that you have Node installed. Another thing that you have to make sure that you already have installed, and that is essential to have our packages work correctly, is npm. It should normally be installed with your node. So write npm and v as well, -v, and you see that a number also pops up. So these two things are crucial for the continuation of the project. So now we are ready to create our React project. We're going to write npx create -react-app, and then space dot. The dot makes sure that we create the React app inside the current folder and we don't create a subfolder with the React folder in it, which is nice to keep our folder structure clean and tidy. So hit enter, and now it's gonna install all the necessary packages and it's gonna basically set up our whole folder structure. So it's gonna take a little time, let the installer finish. And there we go, we see that we have successfully installed our React app. It is ready to go. We have our folder structure here we see on the left side. We have our README, we have package.json. This is basically the details of what we have installed and which versions of it. So we see that we have React 18.2.0. So a thing to note here is that occasionally, when these updates happen, it breaks the project in how we have set it up. So if you run into any problems, any errors down the line regarding, different versions or something not working correctly because you see it's to do with these packages we are installing, you can always go into the GitHub repo in this description in this video and basically copy paste, find the package.json file, and copy paste in the versions, like just basically copy in what you find in the file and paste it in here. And then you're gonna just hit npm install here in the terminal, and that's gonna basically reinstall the versions that we have in this video here. So now we're gonna start our actual app and see if everything works. So we're gonna hit npm start and then hit enter. Okay, so now we've started our React app. It's open in the browser. We see that it's running on localhost 3000. We're gonna install 3 more packages that we need for our project to run successfully. So we're gonna open a new terminal, and making sure that we're still in the main folder of our project, our root folder. And we're gonna write npm install class names, and we're gonna add an @ symbol to install a specific version of class names. And in this case, we're gonna install 2.3.2. and hit enter. Close the package.json and don't save if you get an error message because it's trying to overwrite it now with our installations. Next one, we're gonna write npm install DOM purify at 3.0.3. Hit enter. That should be installed. Last one, npm install email.js-com at 3.2.0. Let's check out our package.json file. We actually need another package here. So let's exit here. npm install react router DOM. And that's gonna be version 6.11.2. Run and install that. And now we are ready to start our project. So we can close this terminal for now. We can also, don't hit the trash bucket because that's gonna kill our terminal like so. We see that the React app stops working. If you do that, you can always just restart it. npm start. And that's gonna start up our project again. So you can though click the X here and save yourself basically in some space. Let's close this package.json. And before we jump into coding the actual project, let me just give you a quick tour of the React folder structure. So of course we have a README file. You can kind of ignore this one or delete it if you want, but it's not really doing any harm. It's a README file for your project. Here you could update this to be more specific to what you're creating, or actually put in more information about yourself as you would in a CV, considering this is a portfolio. The package.json keeps track of all the different, let's say, tools that we are running. So we are using all of these tools, and that's the details of our project and at which version they're running them. And this one is basically the same, but a deeper version of it, of all the things that React is running. The gitignore file is very useful because it is basically the thing that says what to push up to GitHub, our GitHub repo in the cloud, and what to keep as local files. So for example, you see here, node modules is here, and this is actually not gonna, you see it's grayed out. That's because when we open, let's say, when we open GitHub desktop here, let's open that, and we see that we have added a lot of files in our repository. So now let's say we need to add a comment here, started new React project, and then commit to main, and then we can push it to origin. But if we now view it on GitHub, you see here, I've opened it here. So here's the README. You see that the node packages is not part of it here. It's because it is in the gitignore file. So everything in here does not is not being pushed up to the repository. And that's because we want to keep certain files. First of all, node modules, it takes a lot of space, so it's not really a point. As long as we have the description here of what is needed to be installed, we can always just install that locally or on a server on a need basis. But we don't need to kind of update all the files in between our computer and the cloud every time, because that just takes a unnecessary amount of time. So we ignore that, that's standard practice. And here in this project, we are also going to be using this .env.local, because we're going to be, to make the contact form work later on, we are going to be adding some private keys, basically. Some private information to hook up the contact form to our personal email. And we don't want to just put that information public on our GitHub for anybody to see. So we're going to create a .env.local file here. We can actually do that right away, although we're not going to be using it straight away. Well, let's create it. So we're going to say .env. Actually, let's create a .env only file and hit enter. And here we see that this env file is public, because you see that it's not grayed out. But let's see what happens when we rename the file and we say .local. Then you see that it gets grayed out. It's because the .env file here is not part of the things that is in the gitignore, but .env.local is. So we're just calling it .env.local to keep it with standard practice here. But we can close that for now. So that's all for these in the root folder. Next we have our node modules. That's of course all the things that we have installed. You don't really need to go into that. That's everything to make React work. It's ready-made packages set up for you to make life easier. Then we have our public folder. This is where we have our icon. This icon, for example, we have our icon for the favicon up here in the browser tab. And this is our index.html file right here. So if you're not used to React, if you're used to working with vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript projects, then this is your index file. We are not really using or changing the index file, we're just referencing it. So as you would, the same way you would link to a CSS file here or a script file here to run your JavaScript, we are just linking the rest of our project in this HTML file using this root div here. So let's remove all of this green text here. We don't need it. Let's just like keep our code a bit cleaner. And we also don't need this manifest. We don't need this Apple Touch. Let's remove those. Hit save. You see that it updates live. And you can keep this no script, that's fine. You can also hit Control-Z to make your code word wrap so it fits all on a screen, regardless of how small or big it is. So as I was saying, we're using this ID root, this div that we're called root, to reference the rest of our files. We're going through the traditional way of using an index because that's how a browser was set up. And if we inspect our React app here on the right side, let's see, we see that the only thing we really have here is a root, and then everything else is inside of that root. And this is one of the beauties of React, is it makes our project very modular, and we can split up our different areas of our code into different files. So where is our root? Well, if we open our source folder here, src, it is in the index.js file. It's a JS file, it's a JavaScript file, or JSX even, because the code we are writing here is not pure JavaScript, it is JSX, which is a bit of like a mix between JavaScript and HTML. It sounds more complicated than it is, but it looks pretty much like HTML, but with added functionality. That's the next thing that is really cool about using React apps, is it makes life a bit easier. You don't have to write all the hard-coded HTML structure to create dynamic layouts. You can use JSX to do it instead. We can also delete this import of report web vitals. You see that it got grayed out when we deleted the use of it. That shows you that we're importing it, but we're not really using it, so we can just remove that. So hit save. So our project starts in the index folder, and then one step down, we're in the index.js folder. And you see here that we are using the standard way of basically referencing that div with the name of root. We are getting the document on the whole page, and we're finding the ID root. And then inside of that root, we are rendering it. We are using this method of render to create our React components. So we can actually remove this React strict mode. We don't need that either. It's more for like testing purposes. So what we are doing here is basically we're rendering the app in our browser using this root render. In the root, this is this one, which is the div. We are rendering our app component. And if we see here, that is this file. That app is being imported on this line, import app from ./app, which is this file. So as we see, it's like a bit of a down the rabbit hole. We start in the index file, then we go into the index.js file, and then we are in our App.js file, which if we open it, we see that's where we are actually starting to define how our website is going to look. This is the modular-based approach that we do when we create React apps, and that's the modern way of creating any website. Before we start creating our app now, let's clean up our project folder so we can start fresh. So let's remove these import statements from the top. We can save that. Logo is not defined, so we're just going to remove the logo here, save that. And then we are going to delete this app.css file. We're going to delete the app test file. We are going to delete this index.css file. We're getting an error here. We're going to fix that shortly. Actually, let's just go into the index.js file. You see that's where the error is appearing. And we are going to remove the import from the index.css. Also, if I forgot to explain that, here we're basically, the way that we use here in the app or here in any file, in any React file, it's similar to as when you link between a CSS file and a HTML file and a JavaScript file, you have to reference it somewhere. So that's how we are doing it in these React files. We are importing, here we're importing React from React, importing React DOM from React DOM. And here we're importing the style sheet, and here we're importing the actual component, so the app component, which is this file. When you're getting errors like this, you have a problem finding the folder. Maybe it's written wrong, maybe it doesn't exist. In this case, we just deleted it because we don't need it. So if we remove the import and save, it fixes the problem. We're going to keep the app. We're going to delete this logo as well. And we are going to go... Let's see, we're going to keep the app, the index, and the index.html. We are going to delete these two logo images in the public folder. We're going to delete the manifest and the robot. We need the favicon and the index here. And the only thing we're going to keep in the source folder is the app.js and index.js. So a bit easier to kind of get our bearings straight. In our app.js file, let's just remove everything we have within this div, like so. That should lead to an empty white page. And in the top here, we are gonna import React from React, like so. And we're going to change this function to a constant, and we're going to say app equals, and then an arrow function here. Just changing the syntax. And then we are going to return, and inside of this div, let's just write app, like so. And we see that app is showing up. Inside the app, pretty much the only thing we're going to have, we're going to create another file here. We're going to create a React component that is going to work as our navigation. And we are, in addition to that, we're going to create our background image here, or our video that is going to be playing in the background. And we're going to also create, so essentially everything that is going to be in the app is going to be components. Let's open up. Here we have the finished and deployed portfolio. So as we can see, we have a background here, we have some player information here, and we have a navigation. And these things, as we can see, these are the things that are the recurring elements on every page. We have the nav on every page, we have the player info, and we have the background. And these are the things that we're gonna have in the app component. Other than that, all the other things, like everything on the About page, like this navigation on the left and the navigation on the right, that's going to be in its separate component and is going to be referenced again within the navigation element that we're going to add in the app. So back to our project. Let's import the rest of the packages we need. Import browser router as router, and then comma routes, comma route, and then Control Z to get our code to word wrap. We're gonna import that from React Router DOM. Then we are gonna import let's see, nav. We haven't made this component yet, but we're going to create it now. From, and we're going to create a folder here as well. We're going to say // to get into our root. And then we're going to create a folder that's called nav. And then inside that folder, / it's going to be a nav.js file. Hit save. We're getting an error because that doesn't exist. So let's create it. Nav, inside here, nav.js. And then here we're going to write rcc to create a boilerplate template for a nav component. So let's see. Now if, back in the app, if I now were to say, let's remove all of this inside of the div. And let's actually remove the div itself. like so, and just leave the brackets. This is something we can do using JSX in writing React apps. And this we do in order to avoid, when we create React components, to avoid having empty divs in our basically project tree. So we can just have empty brackets here, and it serves as the same function as a div, but it's not going to show up in our project. So inside of here, I can now use that nav component that we just made by referencing it in a self-closing bracket. There we go. So now we have our nav, and here you can see, let's inspect. You see that inside of our root, we have a div that just says nav. And that is not the actual text that says here, but that is the actual text that is within the nav component. As you can see here, let's say this is the nav page. And then you see that's exactly what we have written here. So this is actually a component within our root component. There is one more thing that we are going to add inside our folder here, and that is the images for our icons in the navigation here and the different assets we're using, including the avatar picture here that we're going to later in this video switch with a picture of yourself. But for now, it's going to help us set everything up so it's ready to be used and tailored by you. In the description of this video, you will find a link to the GitHub repo. You're going to go on the code here and you're going to download the zip. Once that is downloaded, you're going to open that file. Inside of that file is going to be the folders. And then inside the source, you're going to find the asset folder here, and you're simply going to drag. You see that that's where all our different images are and the video. And we're just going to drag that into the source folder here. As we can see, we've added all the assets, the different astronaut image, the avatar, the, let's see, the video that is playing in the background on a loop. So we have everything here to get started and set everything up. Now let's create another folder in our source that is called styles. And inside of this styles folder, we're going to create a style sheet for our nav. We're just going to call it nav.css. And we can close that for now. In our nav, we're going to import some additional items. We're going to import something called link, as well as use location from React router DOM. There we go. On the next line, we're going to start importing our icons that we're going to use for our navigation here. So we're going to import astronaut. Let's see, astronaut helmet from // which takes us to the root folder, assets, / and we see the astronaut helmet here. To see that everything is set up correctly, let's create a new image file here. Image, like so. We don't actually need the end one, it's a self-closing tag, like so. We're gonna put the source to the astronaut helmet that we just used. And this needs to be in curly brackets, astronaut helmet. So here we are referencing what we just imported. Hit save, and then we are not seeing anything because we have a white icon. So let's just change that real quickly, go into the nav.css. We're gonna say body, and we're gonna give it a background color of blue. Hit save, and we also need to import that in our nav.js file. We're gonna import from / styles folder / nav.css. Hit save, And here we see we have successfully both imported our astronaut helmet and also our background color. Let's copy paste down this astronaut helmet twice, holding Shift Alt down. And then we're going to change this name to Dead Eye. And instead of astronaut helmet PNG, it's going to be Dead Eye PNG. And the next one is going to be envelope, actually stack. And same thing here, find the stack PNG. And we're going to copy paste it down one more time because we have 4 navigation elements. And this one is going to be called envelope, like so. And find the image with the same name. Like so. Let's check out by copying these 4 times. Dead Eye, stack, and envelope. Save, and we have something that is starting to look like our navigation element. Now that we know what we're going to create, let's actually tailor it to how it's going to be in the finished project. So instead of a nav class here, we're going to create a function. Remove the class here, we're going to remove this part. Add some parentheses. Then we are gonna create a new constant called location that we are gonna use to understand where we are. If we're in the home page, if we're in the links page, let's see here, we see that it's skills, projects, contact, and this is the home. So we're going to use this location constant to basically figure out on which page we are and to use that to update our icons. Because we see here that when we are going to the skills page, this icon is in the center, and then this icon is in the center of the projects, and then this icon is in the center of the contact page. So const location, and we're going to use the imported user location. So here we're just defining that. It's okay that we have some errors along the way here. So user location gets the current URL location. Then we're going to create a new constant here. We're going to say get nav position class. And we are gonna define it as an arrow function as well, like so. Inside here we are gonna create a switch case, and it's gonna be based on what this location file path is. So if location dot path name, and we can see that if we go in the console here, and if we say location here, and we hit enter, we see that it gives us an object with a path name value here. So if we were to go to the skills page, it would give /skills here. Obviously this page doesn't exist yet, so we're just getting the home page, which is just a slash. So if that location path name is the case of slash, we are gonna return nav dash about, because here we are basically defining classes that we are gonna put onto the whole navigation element here. Let's see, inspect. You see that this one has the nav.contact class added to it. When I switch to the projects section, it has the nav projects. And when I switch to the home page, it has the nav about. So this is the class, or actually the classes that are defining where on the page this whole nav element sits. And that's how we get it to move. So back in our project, big error messages here, but don't worry. So if the location of the URL is home, we want to basically create this nav about class. And then we're just gonna copy paste this case and return for 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. If the case is skills, we're gonna return nav skills. If the case is projects, we're gonna return projects. If the case is contact, we are gonna return contact. And in the case of default, we are gonna return the default page, which is our home page. Actually, we're just not gonna return anything at all. And then we're gonna save that. And in our finished project here, I can show you in the same thinking, we are also giving this nav a title here. As you can see, page title, about. And if we go here, this about or page title is being updated. The content within it is being updated. You see here it's skills. And if we go here, it says about. And that's the functionality we're going to create next under this getNavPosition class. We're going to create another constant here. It says get page title equals, and then parentheses, and a new arrow function here. Const, like so. And let's just copy the whole switch case here, paste it in here. So in the case of the home page, we want to return in capital letters about. In the case of skills, capital letters, skills, etc., etc. Projects, contact. Now, we have defined these functions as constants, but now we are gonna actually use them. We're gonna call these constants. So we're gonna say constant nav position class equals, and then we're just gonna call that function, get nav position class. And then we are also going to do the same for, let's see, we're going to say page title is going to be get page title. There we go. Let's move this render a bit down here. Then we're going to create a new function that is called isCurrentPage. And this isCurrentPage is going to check whether the past nav class, that we're going to pass it as an argument, matches the current navigation position class. So this one. So basically we're going to check what page we're on here. So equals nav class, and then we're gonna have an arrow function here, and inside here we're just going to return nav class, and we're checking it against nav position class. So this is going to return either a true or a false statement. Let's get rid of this whole render here and just write end curly brackets. We have forgot in our top to write function here for our nav. Save that. And here we have called them again, and we're just gonna redefine them like so. We're not getting them, we are calling them here. We are getting rid of the errors. After isCurrentPage, we are gonna create a new constant called render nav link, like so. And this function is gonna take a couple of arguments. It's gonna take a 2. The inside of this function is gonna be what we put in the different navigation elements. So we're gonna have a path to a page, we're gonna have an image icon, we're gonna have an alternative text, and we're gonna have a page title, as well as a class. So it's gonna take a 2 path, so where to go. It's gonna take an image source. It's gonna take an alt text. It's going to take also a nav class. So as you can see, it's starting to make more sense here, what we are using this for. And then we are creating an arrow function. And inside of here, we are going to write const is current equals, I'm going to call the isCurrentPage that we made up here, and we're going to pass it the nav class. Oh, did we misspell it? No, I don't think so. Nav class, like so, yeah. Then under here, we're going to say constant link class equals isCurrent again. Here we're going to have a ternary operator. We're going to say nav link and current and colon nav link. So if the link class is the current, which is this one, it's going to be nav link current. Otherwise, it's going to return nav link. And under here, we are going to return a component. We're going to return a link component that we're going to put inside of our whole navigation. Return, bracket, capital L, link, and close that again. Inside of the link, we want to add an image. Let's see, like so. This link is gonna have a 2, which is equal to 2, which is what we were defining up here. It's also gonna have a class name, link class. And then inside the image, we are gonna have a source, and that's gonna be equal to image source. So we're using these step by step. It's also gonna have an alt text equal to the alt text. Under here, we're gonna write is current and h1 class name page title, and let's make sure to close this h1. Let's see, like so. And inside of the h1, we are gonna the page title that we created up here and wrote with capital. That's a mistake. Let's see, nav should not be capital letters. There we go. Save that. Finally, we are gonna bring back our return statement. And we are gonna create a nav element here. Nav. Inside of this nav element, or inside its attributes, we are gonna add a class name, say backtick. We're gonna say nav, square brackets, and $sign to make it active. Now we can pass a variable in here, nav position class, Inside of the nav, we're gonna write render nav link. I see we wrote the nav class wrong up here in the nav render nav link. Let's rectify that. See that the nav class was giving a warning. Should be okay now. Just before the closing curly brackets, we're gonna create some parentheses, hit enter, and here we are gonna write a dash. We're gonna write comma, enter, astronaut helmet, comma, astronaut helmet icon, comma, nav about. Save that. These are basically all the arguments that render nav link is taking. So you see the 2 is the home page, the image source is the astronaut helmet, and the alt text is astronaut helmet icon, and nav class is the nav about. So these are all the classes and elements and images that is live, so to speak, when we are on the home page. Let's inspect this part. Dead eye icon, and here it's astronaut helmet icon. So these are the alt text that we are creating right here. We are just gonna copy this render nav link 3 more times because we have 4 links in total. And now we are gonna take the case, the to path of skills, and that's gonna be the dead eye icon. It's gonna be dead eye icon there. And we are gonna write in the next one, it's gonna be the stack icon. It's gonna be for the projects page. And the last one is gonna be the contact page. Oh, here we need to also call the stack. And here we need to call the envelope. Like so. And also change this to the envelope. And we are gonna change the classes here. Nav skills, nav projects, nav contact. Save that. So back in our app.js file, we are gonna finally render this whole nav that we created here. So instead of just writing nav directly here, we are gonna add router in these empty brackets, and router here as well. This is what essentially routes our navigation. And then inside there, we're gonna have our nav element. That's great. Under here, we're gonna have something called routes. And inside here, we're gonna make every individual route. So where are we leading them to? This is a self-closing component. So the path, the first path where I'm making, is going to be just for the home page. So that's a slash. And then the element that we are passing to that home page is going to be called about. We haven't created, this is going to be a component as well, a React component, a page by itself, and it's going to be called about. Equals. Now let's import that about page. Import about from about dot slash about with a capital A. Save that. It's going to give us an error because we haven't made it yet. So let's create that folder, about, and new file, about.js. Inside here, RCC, give us a boilerplate, hit save, and now we are starting to see our actual about page being rendered out here. Back in the app.js, let's copy this down 3 times. Next one is going to be skills, projects, and contact. And of course, we are gonna change these to the same name: skills, projects, and contact. So again, import that, import skills from, let's just copy this here. So it's going to be a folder called skills, and it's going to be a file called skills. Copy that down twice. Let's call the next one projects, and projects. And this one is going to be called contact, and contact. Save that. We see we have 3 errors for 3 missing files. So contact folder, it's gonna have a file called C contact.js inside ourCC. Hit enter, save that. We can close that, we can close the about, we can close the nav.css. Next file we're missing and next folder is going to be the skills. And file skills JS RCC, save that. Next folder, projects, file projects.js RCC, save that. Now if you see when I'm clicking here now, we see that we are actually moving between the different pages, because we see it up top here. We see the URL changes. Now we have made our navigation, and it's just about styling it to look good. Of course, also what is inside each navigation here. Pat yourself on the back if this was the first time you created a navigation using React. It can be quite overwhelming, all the new syntax, but as you see, as we're gonna delve into the project, it's not gonna get a lot more complicated regarding the components. We're simply referencing components within other components, and we're kind of Russian doll stacking our app in this way, instead of writing everything on one HTML page, for example. Now let's continue by actually styling our navigation and our app.js file. So our app.js style sheet, which we're going to create, see app.css. This is going to host our common styling across our different pages. So let's import our app.css style in the app.js file. Import. We're going to write /, and we're going to go into the styles folder /app.css. And in the app.css, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to import a font from Google Fonts. And it's going to be called https://fonts Google APIs.com and /css2 family equals the Russo family +1, and then and display equals swap. Save that, Control Z to enable word wrap. Then we are gonna target the body, and we are gonna give it the font family that we just imported. And it's gonna be called Russo 1. And if that fails, we are gonna import a sans serif font. Basically any sans serif font. Also, it's supposed to be Russo +1. Make sure to correct that. Hit save, and we should be seeing, yeah, there is a little difference here. Let's change the color so we actually see the color here. White. These are link elements, so we're not seeing them yet. Let's change the background here to something a bit more visible, like so. And there we go. As we see, the font is changing. Next thing we're gonna add here is to basically remove. We're gonna add a WebKit. Let's see, WebKit tap, highlight color, and it's gonna be transparent. And this is so that when we are on a phone, when we click certain elements, it's not gonna highlight blue around those elements, which it does by default. So that removes that. Then we are gonna target the root, because we are gonna be using throughout this page, we're gonna be using certain color schemes. You see the same colors go like this purple or this blue or cyan. We're reusing these colors, so we're going to create a variable for them using CSS variables. So for the purple color we're going to be using, we say it's going to be called purple, and we want this to be hashtag 5403551. And we save that, and that looks to be the right color. So let's just copy down this 2 times. Next color is going to be blue, and the hashtag here is going to be 3627B1. Save that. Next color we're going to call cyan, and it's going to have the number 25AFCE. Also looks to be the right code. And then we are going to create another variable called transparent. There we go. And it's going to have simply a transparent color. Let's see, just choose anything here. And we're just gonna give it complete dark and invisible. Save that. Next one is gonna be called radius left. And it's gonna have 3 rem, 0, 0, and then 3 rem. And let's copy down that. The other one is going to be called radius right. And we're just going to be switching these numbers around. So it's going to be 0 and 0 here. So these radiuses is for the active menu icons that we see here. Basically the color is these colors we're using, and to give that radius border here, we are using the radius left and right, because we are reusing them quite often throughout our project. Next, we're gonna target button dash hover, and then we are gonna target a bunch of classes we haven't made yet, but they're gonna be useful to just add here. It's the last thing we're gonna add in the app.css file, and that is the hover effect for when we are hovering over a option here, as we can see here. So when you hover over an option, it creates this white background effect, which is really, really cool. So this one is going to be called class sub-container, and then the A in there, and hover. Next one is going to be called projectItem, hover. SkillItem, hover. Item dash not active, and then dash hover. So basically any item that is not active, and then sub container, like so, subcontainer 2 not active subheading hover. And we're going to copy paste this last one down here, and we're going to write 3. And inside of here, we are going to give it a background image of a linear gradient. It's going to have 90 degrees, so from left to right. It's going to have, let's just give it a color here. Oh, it's going to have hashtag FFFFF00, which is completely white. That's good. And the next color is going to be F 6 times, see, 6, and then 42. So more on the white side. 42 is the transparency. And that's going to be 50% from the left side, so it's going to be in the middle. So that's what we see here. This is the gradient we see when we are hovering over an item. From the left, 50%, it has the color of this color. And then we're going to finish it off again with a transparent color. So we can just copy this one here and paste it there. And that's it for our app.css styling. Now let's make this navigation actually look good like it does in the finished product here. So we can close the app CSS. Let's remove this body, we don't need it here. That's gonna turn it white. Let's target the nav. If we inspect here, we see that we have a class here of nav within the nav. So let's target that, and we're gonna give it a position of fixed. Actually, let's go to the app CSS and just give the body a background color of hashtag 333 so that we can see what we are doing. And back in the nav CSS. So position fixed, that's going to allow us to make the navigation go wherever we want on the page and not affect any other element. Then we're going to display it using flex, which makes all the elements line up one after the other, as we can see. Now we can start to see how cool it is to like change to the other page, the icon, and the title changes to the current page. Then we're gonna align items to flex start. We are gonna give it a top of 3 rem to make a bit of distance from the top. We're gonna give a gap between the elements of 1.5625 rem. Then we are going to give it a left of 50%, which puts it right in the middle, at least the start here with the astronaut helmet. So for the nav about, As you can see, when we are on the About, that is what this navigation class has. The top level navigation, which has every icon inside, has the nav about class added to it, which we did in the, let's see, in the nav.js here. That's what we were adding here. So when we've given the nav about, it's gonna just stay. It's gonna stay in the middle, but it's gonna be slightly backwards, because now it's not straight in the middle, it's actually a bit skewed. The middle starts exactly on the left end of the icon. So we want to push it just a bit back. Actually, we're going to transform, then we're going to translate in the X direction, the horizontal direction, and we're going to say minus 1.56 rem. And that's going to put it straight in the middle. Then we're going to copy this down 3 times. For the nav skills, we're going to say minus 6.25. And when I click now, as we can see, when I click the skills, it is moving the whole nav element minus 6.25 rems from its initial position in 50% of the page width. Next up is the nav skills, and that's gonna be minus 10.94 rem. And then we have contact, and that's gonna be minus 15.62 rem. So let's see if that works. Contact is not working, or projects is not working well. Ah yeah, projects. We wrote skills twice. So about, middle, skills a bit to the left, projects more, and contact as well. So now we have this moving functionality that we see here. Next up, we're gonna target the link element. We are gonna give it a width of 3.125 rem. We are gonna give it a display of flex. We are gonna give it a flex direction of column. We are gonna justify the content to the center. We are gonna align the items to the center. And we are gonna give it a gap of 0.625 rem. And there we go. As we can see now, the title is lining up straight under our icons. Next, we're gonna target the page title. We're gonna give it a font size of 0.7 rem. Actually 0.875 rem. There we go. We are seeing it extra small here, like so, 75%. We're gonna give it a color of white. We are gonna give it a cursor of default, because right now it's changing to, as we can see here, it was changing to, let's see if I close this, it's changing to a link cursor, and we don't want that. We want people to just click the icon and not the actual title here. So we're gonna give it a cursor of default, and as we can see, save that, and it fixes it. So we still have a line here, or actually we're targeting the whole element here, but now it's not giving us a link cursor. Next up, nav link, and we're gonna give it an opacity of 0.7, making the pictures a bit dimmer, because we only want to have full opacity on the current active icon. Then nav link hover. We're going to give it an opacity of 1. So when we hover over 1, it's going to give us full opacity, as we can see here. Next up, nav link and then current. So that means the current nav link that we are on this page, so about, it's going to have opacity 1. And there we go. So if we switch, we hover over the other elements and they will be full opacity as long as we are hovering over them. Other than that, it's only going to be the main page we're on that is going to be in full light. Pretty cool. Then we're going to create a media query for when the screen is lower than 1100 pixels. So max width 1100 pixels, like so. Then we're going to target the nav, about. We're going to transform it, we're going to translate in the x direction to 0. And we're going to target all the others equally. Skills, projects, and contact. Actually, we can just do like so. Save us a bit of space here by putting them all in the same line. There we go. That is way nicer code to read. And then nav, it's going to be the top. I'm going to calculate 100 view height minus 8 rem. As we can see, past 1100 we have our navigation that stays in the middle on the current page. But once we go below it, let's see, have it on contact, it flips back to its original state because we are going to reposition it down here in the bottom middle. So like so, simulate a phone here, and we are going to transform it. We're going to give it a translate in the x direction of minus 50%. Now it's in the middle direct. This one is not activating for some reason. Well, let's just give it minus 8 rem from the bottom for now. No, top, 100 view height, minus 8 rem. Ah, there we go. So there was a bug somewhere. Now it's working. So we took and placed it 100 view height from the from where it was, or from the top, which would put it below here, but then we pushed it back 8 rems. So now it is in the bottom. So if we increase the screen size, it becomes the desktop navigation. We decrease it to mobile, it becomes the mobile navigation. Next up, we're going to create the nav link, and then we're going to give that a width of 2 rem. Let's see. Save that. Copy paste this down. Shift Alt down. Nav link image. We're also going to make that smaller, like so. And we are also going to target our page title, and we are going to say display none, like so. So it's not showing up exactly like you think it would. Let's see here. On the iPhone, it does show up a bit different on an actual phone. So that's why it can look a bit wonky when we're creating it here. But when we are launching it and deploying it live, it's going to look quite nice. That is everything for our nav.css styling. Now let's remove this background here in the app. Let's see, let's open our app.css. Let's remove that background because now we're going to add that cool video background. So in order to do that, we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it background. Inside of here, we're going to create a new background.js file. And here we are going to import React from React, like so. We're going to import our style sheet here. So /styles, and it's going to be /background CSS. Then we are going to import our video. We're going to call that video, and we're going to import it from /assets/ let's see, what is it called? Background universe, like so. Then we're going to import our fallback image, which is what we're going to display in case we don't have a video to play or the video doesn't play for some reason. So we're going to call it fallback image from /assets/ fallback image PNG. Then we're going to create a const. We're going to say background, and it's going to be equals to a arrow function. And here we are going to return. We are going to return first these empty brackets. Inside of here, we are going to return a div, like so. And this div is going to be a shadow overlay that we have sometimes. You don't see it very well here, but there is a shadow. If you can see that the darkness here is switching between the about and the skills, you see that there is a little shadow effect on the left side. That's what we're going to create here. We're going to give it a class name of shadow overlay. And it's just going to be empty because we're just going to target that with our CSS. Then we're going to create a video. I'm going to close that. Inside of this video element, we're going to create a source element where we are actually going to link the video. So inside of the source, we're going to add an attribute. That's going to be the source attribute. And here we are going to target the video that we just imported here. So this one. And we're just going to say video. And we're going to have to state, like so. Switch back to R1. We're going to state the type that this file is. And we're going to say this is a video in the format of MP3. Then in the video attributes, we are going to say it's going to play in line. It is going to autoplay. It is going to be muted. It is going to loop indefinitely. And it is going to preload auto. It's going to have an ID of BG that we're going to target in our background CSS, and it's going to have a poster, which is going to be our fallback image. Like so. Then we are going to export default background. And that's how without that export, we can use this background file and import it in another file. So that's how you enable that functionality. Now back in our App.js, we are gonna add and import our background file we just made. So right after our nav, let's say there, we are gonna say background, and we are gonna close that like so. And you see that it already actually imported when I hit the enter. It imported it from the right location. And we are getting an error message because in the background file we are, let's say, importing the background CSS, which we haven't made yet. Let's just make that. Background.css. And there we go. We see that our image has been loaded here. I think it is the image because the video isn't playing. We're going to enable that quick enough. So in our background CSS, we're going to target the BG. We're going to say object fit cover. Then we're going to give it a width of 100 view width. We're going to give it a height of 100 view height. We are going to give it a position, see, fixed. We are going to give it a top of 0. We are going to give it a left of 0. We are going to also give it a z index to put it behind the nav, as we see it's disappeared, of -4, actually -5. Then we are going to target the shadow overlay. We're going to give it a position of fixed as well. We are gonna copy paste this. It's gonna have a z index of -4. It's gonna also have a width and height of 100%. It's gonna have a background color of RGBA 0.7. Like so. Then we are adding a media query here. Media, well actually it's 0.4 originally. Then media query is gonna be for max width 700 pixels. Then we are gonna make this shadow overlay a bit darker on the mobile. And it's gonna be 0.7. Oops. Like so. Well, when we are minimizing the screen, because it's gonna be harder to see because we have white text and we have a moving video, we have an avatar, so it's gonna be easier to see when everything is a bit darker. That's why we are doing that. Let's restart our app to see if the video will play. So let's remove this one. Restart here. As we can see, the app is down. If you press up, you're gonna get the last command you entered, npm start. It is not playing, and we see we have a error message here. So we are returning something wrong. Let's see. I see what we have here in the app. We have actually forgot to return, as it says here, component instead of a component. So we have forgot to return the brackets around these components actually. So we're gonna have to write brackets like this around all these elements. So let's just copy paste these down here like so, and copy paste here. And hopefully that solves the issue we have. Yes, so now we also see the actual text that we weren't seeing so far when we are navigating to the different pages. As we can see here, that is the text that is being rendered on each page correctly now. Now let's fix the reason that this video is not playing. So back in the background file, we don't need this source here. It is a self-closing element. Let's close that like so. Let's reload the page. Let's see. No, there wasn't that. Spelled fallback image a bit weirdly as well. Let's just fix that like so. It's not that though. Video slash mp4, not question mark mp4. Save that. Let's refresh and voila. Now we have our video playing. Oh, that's cool. How cool is that? So we have our navigation fully functional. We have a bit of an underline here, but we're gonna fix that later. And we have nice hover effect, both with the cursor and with the lighting up of the icons. We're changing dynamically the title here, and also we're rendering now just one word here, but this gives us the ability to render completely different functions and components on each page, which is really, really cool. Next up, we're gonna add in the top left here, we're gonna add this player info here that is quite easy, straightforward, and it's gonna be the thing we have on every single page here. As we can see here, it follows on every page. Now let's open our Explorer and make a new folder called PlayerStats. And inside here, we're gonna make a new JS file called PlayerStats.js. We are gonna import React from React. And we are gonna import a style sheet called /styles, and then a player stats style sheet, like so. We are going to put in const here, player stats, and it's going to be equal to our arrow function. Inside here, we are going to return a div first, and it is going to have an ID of player stats, and inside of here we are going to have an h1, and it's going to be our main title. So our player name, John Doe. Enter your name here, of course. Whatever name you want, basically. Whatever thing you want, actually. And then we are going to have a div. And it is going to be our bar. It's going to contain our bars. So it is going to be called player stats lines. And inside of here, we are going to create two span elements that are actually going to be the bars. And they're going to have ID of player lines thick for the first one. Let's copy paste it down. And then the second one is going to be called player lines. Oh. It is going to be called player lines thin. And also without the capital P. Like so. Of course, nothing is showing up here because we aren't rendering this component. And then we are going to add the h2 tag here, which is going to be our subtitle called full stack developer or front-end developer or back-end developer, whatever you want here. Then let's not forget to actually export default player stats. We also forgot to write the styles folder with the plural S. So that is going to, let's see if that properly finds it. Yeah. And then like so, let's change that back again. Player stats. Okay. Now let's make that CSS folder. CSS file, I mean. PlayerStats.css. And now let's import our player stats component into our app. Let's see there. So we can actually see it and start styling it. So we're going to put it right after the roots. Player stats. Close that like so. It already imported it. Like so. Save that. And it's working. We have our player info being displayed. And now let's style it. So inside our player CSS, we want to target first our player stats as a whole. And let's target it like this. The ID of the top component, top div. Now let's give it a width of 15 rem. And then we want to give it a height of 4 rem. And we want to give it a position of fixed. And now it's not going to interact with the rest of the content. We want to display it flex. We want to give it a flex direction of column. Column, plural, not plural. There we go, singular. We want to justify the content with space in between. Like so. We want to give it a top so that we are fixing it from the top. 3 rem, just like the nav. And the left, 3 rem, like so. Then we are ready to target our H1 title here. Let's give it a margin of 0. Oops. Margin 0. And a font size of 1.5 rem. And moving on, we want to target our H2. And we're going to give it a margin of 0 as well. And we're going to give it a font size of 1 rem. Starting to look more like it. Then we're going to target our player stats underscore lines. And we are gonna display it with flex. And we are gonna align items to the center. let's now make them visible. So player lines, player stats, sorry, underscore lines underscore thick. So that's our first thick line that we are having here. That is kind of filling up the XP bar, and then we have the thin line on its side. So we're actually flexing them. Let's give it a display of block. Then we give it a top of 0 and a left of 0 and a background color of white and a height of 0.22 rem and a width of 8.75 rem. Okay, it is not showing up. Let's see what's the issue. Let's inspect here. Player stats, lines. That's okay. Player lines tick. So it's missing the player stats, which I forgot to add, of course. Stats. Save that, and we see that we have our line. Now let's just copy our thick block and paste it down here and make it thin instead, like so. So now we have both lines, but now we are going to make the height a bit different. I'm going to make it half the size. We are also not going to have it go as wide. 6.2 rem. So that the bigger bar is a bit more over the middle, looks more believable. And we don't need to position these actually. We don't need the top and the left properties here actually. Like so. That's looking pretty similar, I might say. We're missing, I see that this one is more gray. We are changing the thin line to be light gray instead. Now let's add our media query, media, and it is going to be under the width of 1100 pixels. We're going to target our player stats, and we're going to say left 50% because we want to have it in the middle when it's small. We are going to transform it to translate x minus 50% because we want to also then, as we can see, we are putting it in the middle, so the left puts it at the left position from the app. It starts from the middle, so from here, and then transform puts it back 50% of its own width. So that's going to put any element pretty much in the dead center of the screen. Then we're going to give it a width of 8 rem. And we are going to give it a height of 2.5 rem and a top of 2 rem. Then we're going to target the H1. We're going to decrease the font size a bit to 0.8 rem. We're going to target our H2, our H3, and our paragraph elements, and we're going to give them a font size of 0.7 rem, like so. So if we decrease this one now, we see that it is in the center and it's smaller font size. And it should follow on every page as it does. Awesome. Now let's add our avatar in the center here for our About and our Skills page. As we can see in the finished website, in the About page, the avatar is bigger, and in the Skills page, it's kind of zoomed in and flipped. So moving on to the About page, sorry about the sound in the previous section. I had a bit of a problem with my recording, but hopefully it should be fixed now. So to create our avatar, let us first create our About page, because it's going to be sitting on our About page here. So we are going to create a new folder in our source folder. I'm going to call it About. Oh, we actually have that already. Let's go into About. Of course, we have our About page here already. We are just going to add a couple of things here. So on our second page, we are going to import avatar from, let's see, /avatar and /A avatar.js. There we go. We haven't created this component yet, but we're going to create it in a couple of moments. And then we're going to import AboutMenu from, let's see, we're going to go from /AboutMenu.js. And then we are going to, instead of having just this about text here, we are going to empty these divs like so. Just going to be empty brackets. And then we are going to render our components that we just imported here. And we are going to pass this avatar component a prop, and that's going to be page equals about. Because when we create this page, we are going to be rendering it differently. We're going to basically be taking value here on the About page, but also on the Skills page. So on the Skills page, it's going to say Skills. And based on that, it is going to be displayed differently. Either small and centered, or bigger and zoomed in to the side here. After our avatar, let's just copy it down. We want to create our About menu here. And that's it. I'm going to save, and it's going to break our page because we haven't created these, but let's do that right now. So for the About menu, we're just going to create a shell for now. So AboutMenu.js, we write RCC, hit enter, and then we get rid of that error. And as for, let's go back to the About avatar. We need to create this folder though, which doesn't exist yet. Avatar. Inside there, avatar with capital A.js, and then RCC, and then we save. So there we go. Now we see that avatar and the About menu is both rendered instead of the previous About text. So pretty cool. So that is it for actually everything in the About.js file. Everything else that we see in the finished product is actually rendered in these two components. So the menu holds these, this menu, and the avatar holds the picture. So we can close the About.js, we can close the player stats, we can close the About menu for now, the background, and let's focus only on the Avatar.js. So to start, we are gonna remove this component here. We're gonna write it like so. On line 2, we are gonna import prop types from prop types. And then we are gonna import avatar image from our assets folder. So that's going to be /assets/ let's see, that's going to be avatar image PNG, and we save that. And then we are gonna import our style sheet as well. So that's gonna be //avatar.css. So, we're getting a lot of these errors now as we're setting up our files. As you're starting to see, it's not really a big deal. It's just because we are importing things that we haven't set up yet. So let's set up our style sheet. We're gonna just create avatar.css. We can keep that open. And then we want to also, let's see, we have, that's actually everything, because these we are importing correctly. So we are going to change this instead of a class, we're going to change this to a functional component. So we are going to call this const avatar, and it's going to be equal to like so. And then we're going to take a prop here called page. As we saw on our about page here, we are taking the page prop, and here we're sending in about. So that's what we're defining here in the About.js file. Let's also just remove this for now, like so. So after that, we want to create an arrow function. Inside the function, we want to create a constant called avatar class. And using backticks, we want to set that to avatar plus $, and curly brackets. And we want to pass the page prop in here. So for the about page, it's going to have the avatar class is going to be avatar about. And for the skills page, it's going to be avatar skills. And this way we're going to be able to style them differently in our style sheet. So let's copy down this constant. We're going to name this span class. And also, sorry for all the spelling mistakes I'm making. I have switched my keyboard, as you might also hear, to an ergonomic keyboard called the Moonlander. So it takes a bit of time to get used to, and I'm making a lot of mistakes, so bear with me. That's why I'm writing, like now, all these mistakes. It takes a little while, but it's gonna be worth it in the end. Here as well, we are defining how the shadow overlay is going to be on each page. Basically, we're not gonna show it in our about page, but in our skills page, it's gonna be a bit of a darker shadow on top of this guy. With a gradient from the left to the right. Then we're gonna return, and we are gonna return using these empty brackets, also called fragments. I don't know if I've mentioned that. They are called basically React fragments. And inside here, we are gonna return a span, and it is going to have a class of span class, and it is going to be empty. And under here, we are gonna have an image, and it is a self-closing element. So let's just remove it like that. And inside here, we're gonna add a source. It is gonna have the avatar image that we imported up here, like so. It is gonna have a class name of avatar class, like so, and it is going to have an alt text of just avatar. Now we're going to add some extra functionality by targeting the avatar that we created here, and we are going to say dot prop types equals, and then we say page. So the page prop that we are passing into it, we are going to say prop types dot string, it has to be a string, is required. And then we save that. And then we are going to export default avatar, like so. And we are getting a, let's save again, line 18, we are getting a, capital P here, that's not supposed to be. Let's save, and there we go, our avatar showing up. So for now, nothing on the skills, but it is showing up on our about page. Cool. And you see it's not really looking the way we want to, but that's going to be very easy to fix. So yeah, pretty cool. Let's inspect and see what we did. We see here that we have indeed added the avatar about class. So avatar, and then we passed the prop page, we passed it the about string. Now let's style our about avatar. Let's open our CSS. So let's target the avatar. And we are going to give it a position of, not relative, but fixed. And then we're going to give it an overflow of hidden. And then we're going to give it a z-index of -2. So that it is behind the different layers we have, but it's not behind our background. Then we want to target the avatar when it is on the about page. So the avatar about. Then we want to give it a height of 89 view height. So making it a bit smaller, we want to say that from the bottom we want it to be -8 view height. Then we want it to be from the left 50%, like so, and then we want to transform it to put it back to the left by 50% of its own length. That's going to be translated in the x direction, and then we are going to say 50% minus, of course, like so. So nice and in the middle. So navigating, it disappears, works good. There we go. We are going to target our avatar.skills while we're here, although we haven't added it yet. But when we add it later, it's going to have the correct styling already. So we're going to say 190 view height. Let's actually copy the rest of the code here. We're going to say bottom minus 110 view height. We're going to say left 1 minus 1.5 rem. And we are going to translate it into the x of 0%. And we are also going to scale it up. Scale from the x of -1. That's going to make it bigger. Okay. Then we're going to target our shadow overlay skills, which we haven't made yet either. We are going to give it a height of 100 view height. We are going to give it a width of 100 view width. And we are going to give it a display of block. We are going to give it a position of fixed. And we are going to give it a background. Let's see, just background of linear gradient, 90 degrees. And RGBA of 0.25. And then let's copy down that RGBA for simplicity. We're just gonna make this 255, 255, 255, and the 0. And then last but not least, we're gonna give it a z index of -1, so that it is in front of the avatar and not behind it. Then we are gonna create our media query so that we are making it mobile responsive, max, width, and it's going to be 1100 pixels. And then we're going to target our avatar, about, and we are going to say z index. We want to change that to -5, because now we want the shadow to be in front. We want to give it a height of 95 view height, and we want to give it a bottom of, let's see, -15 view height. And we're going to copy this whole thing down. We are going to give it at lower than 700 pixels. We're going to also target the about. Oh, sorry, up here it was skills. So let's change that. And then on 700, we're going to target the about. It is going to be a z index of -5 as well. Bottom -15 view height and height of 95 view height. So all the same. So let's see when we decrease it now. Yeah, it turns a bit darker because our overlay is in front, and it changes a bit position and size. Perfect. Then we are done with our about avatar. Let's set up our skills avatar, as we can see here, before moving on to the actual menu on our about page. So we can close these folders, make it a bit easier to see what is going on. Let's open our skills page. Let's also switch back to our section and go to the skills page here. We can actually copy most of what we have in our about page. Let's see. Let's just copy and paste here. So copy from the About.js. And we're going to go into our SkillsJS and just paste that in there. Then we are going to change the About menu to SkillsMenu. Also change it here. SkillsMenu. And here. SkillsMenu. Save that. Then we also need to create that file. SkillsMenu.js. And RCC, hit enter, let's save that. Give us a boilerplate. Back to the skills, we wrote it wrong. Capital S, save. Here we have another spelling mistakes, and there we go. So because the skills menu is exactly the same, it's a copy, it is looking like the about menu. It just says skills menu. And now though, check out what happens when I change in the skills.js, we're gonna change the prop value to skills. And save, and there we go. That is the beauty of React. Just switching between different styling based on the prop we give it. So now we have our about and our skills avatar layout. Now we can go back to our about page. We can close our skills and our skills menu. even our avatar CSS, and we can focus on creating our about menu. Okay, so first things first, in our AboutMenu.js file, and we're going to close our Explorer. Then we are going to import some more stuff. Let's see, we are going to import 3 components we haven't made yet that we're going to be using in addition to the about menu, because we're splitting up our code. So the first one is going to be AboutMenuItem from, and then we're going to just define the location. It's going to be in the same folder, and it's just going to have the same name, item, like so. And that's going to break our app for now. And we're going to have 3 of these components. Next one is about subheading, and it's going to be about subheading. Subheading. And the third one is going to be subheadingsData and subheadingsData, like so. Then let's create these 3 files in the about folder. So starting with AboutMenuItem.js, let's just do the RCC save to just have a template for that, to just have a template on that. New file, AboutSubheading.js, RCC, save and close. New file, subheadingsData.js. And in the subheadings data, we are just gonna have our actual data. So what we're actually displaying here in our education, in our career, everything here, we are gonna be storing in our subheadings data file and splitting up our code nice and tidy in this way. Let's actually start with our subheadings data, because it's going to be useful to have this data already created so we can use it later. So we're going to define a new constant called subheadingsData, and that's going to be an object with 1 for the first page. So we're creating this personal page here and the content within it. So for the first page, we're going to have an array. Inside that array, we're going to have another object. And the first value here is going to be title. And we are going to write about me. So that's this section here, like this about me here. And here we're going to write comma. Next one is going to be the actual content. And colon. And we're going to have a parentheses. Inside here, we're going to have these empty brackets or fragments, React fragments. And then inside of here, we are going to create a paragraph element like so. And here is where we're going to have our lorem ipsum text. So I'm just going to copy it here, copy it from there, and paste it in right here. Control Z to word wrap. Let's also close our Explorer. Save that. Now we're going to copy everything from the 1 and to the end array tag here. We're going to copy it down once. We're going to change this to 2. Because now we're moving on to the education part, so we need 2 sections here, master's degree, bachelor's degree. So here we are gonna write 2016, master's degree. I'm just gonna leave the content like it is, and then we're gonna copy from the blue brackets down, Shift Alt down, and we're gonna write 2014, bachelor's degree. Then we're gonna copy from the 2 down to the bracket down, and now we're gonna say this is 3. And now we're moving on to the career. So here we're gonna write 2022 front-end developer and 2020 UX designer. And then we're gonna copy this one more time to make a third one. We're gonna say IT consultant for the last one. Control S, save that. Lastly, we are gonna export default because we're gonna export this subheading so we can use it later, like so. Now we are done with that. So here now, the useful thing about having this in our own section is now when we want to change, you know, our education, or we want to change career, we want to add another, a fourth one here, we can easily do that in a separate file that is entirely dedicated to that content, and we don't kind of have to mess around in other files, and we can kind of separate things in a very tidy way like this. So that's a very good part about using React. So we can close the subheadings data now. We have everything we need for this import. Let's actually create then the about menu item and the about subheading as well, so that we can use these imports. So going into the about menu item, we are going to import something called class names from class names, because we're going to be setting dynamic class names on these menu items, which means, as we can see here, inspect this, let's see, item active. So that is being put dynamically together with also this one, I think we're using it in both the subheading. Yeah, active subheading. So these we're adding dynamically in our about menu later. And here we are gonna remove the class. We're gonna say const about menu item equals parentheses, curly brackets. So we're gonna take some props here. We're gonna take some variables in here. We're gonna take title, active, and onClick. And these are gonna help us decide which actual menu we're on at any given moment. Also add our arrow function here. We are gonna return in here, parentheses, we're gonna return a div. Inside of this div, or actually inside the div, we're gonna have a class name. We're gonna take and give it the class name using the imported class names. And here we are gonna give it item and comma, and we're gonna give it the active, a prop. We're also gonna give it an onClick equal to the onClick prop. And inside the div, we are gonna have an h2, and it is gonna have a class name of title, and inside of the h2, we are gonna give it the title prop. So now we've set that up so that it can be used for our about menu. Let's not forget to export it, like so, about menu item, like so. So now we can close our about menu item. It is done. Let's move on to our about subheadings, and let's close the Explorer. Actually, about subheadings is very similar to about menu items. So let's copy the code and go back here to the about subheadings and just replace the code here. we are going to import our style sheet here. // not skills, but styles / AboutMenu.css. I think we also forgot to add that in our about menu item. We did. Paste that in there. And there we go. So in our about subheadings, we are just going to tailor this a bit. Of course, we're going to change the name. About subheading. It is going to take a title. It is going to take, in addition to that, content. Because now we are on our right side. So this is the subheading. And this is the title. And here we have our content. It's going to also take an active. It's going to take an on click. And it's also going to take a new menu item. Basically, which menu item are we on? Are we on personal? Are we on career? Which one? And then we are gonna, before our return statement, we are gonna create a constant. It's gonna be called subcontainer class. It is equal to, and we're gonna use backticks, subcontainer, and then we are gonna add $ and curly brackets our menu item that we added here. So it's going to be subcontainer career, subcontainer education as an example, because we're going to be passing it into this about subheading. Then in our return statement, it's going to be returning a div as well. It's going to have a class name. We're going to also use the class names library. Here we are though going to give it subcontainer class, and we are going to give it, instead of active, we are going to give it active subheading, and that is going to be like so, active. And we can remove this on click. We don't need that, like so. Then instead of an H2, we're gonna add an H3. It is gonna have an on click. Let's see, class name we don't need, but we need an on click. And that's gonna just be on click. And it's also gonna have a title. And here we're going to add a div for our actual content. So here inside the div, we're going to add content. And then this div is going to have a class of container. And then we're exporting default about subheading. Save that. Now our about subheading is done. I think we have all the components we need for our about menu. Looks like it. Great. So now we're ready to go into and continue with the about menu. We are going to import our icons that we're using here. So import personal icon from /assets/ and that's going to be the Mobius triangle. And then we're going to copy that down twice. Next one is going to be education icon, and that is going to be the upgrade PNG. Third one is going to be career icon, and that is going to be the triple corn PNG. Save that. Now we can move on to down here. We're going to put the render a bit down, make some space. in the start here, we are gonna create a constructor that is gonna take props. And what this does is it's gonna create our initial state. So it is going to basically say, this is how we are starting the page, and then it's gonna keep track of the changes, and we're gonna be updating it. And this state, so we're gonna create two things here, active menu item, and we're gonna set that to 1. We also need to put them in curly brackets like this. And we need to put that equals, this state equals active menu 1. And we are gonna also have a secondary one here, active subheading, which is also equal to 1. So we can save that. And what that means is that when we go on About for the first time, we can see that it always starts on the first title. And in any first title, it always starts on the first subheading inside of it. So if we go to career, it's always on the first and it doesn't start on the third one. And if I change now, look where we are, and I go back to the skills and I go back to About, it always starts on the first item again. So the first menu item. And that's what this basically does. It's always starting the state on the first item and the first subheading. Next, we're going to create functionality to handle when we click on a menu. So handle menu item click equals, and we're going to take menu item here, and with an arrow function, we are also going to set, we're going to update by using the setState method. And then we are going to update basically these two states here. So we can copy paste them down like so. And we're going to say when we click on the menu, that's the main menu, we are going to just set it to the menu item. And then we can copy paste this whole function down. We are also gonna handle the subheading click, and that's gonna take subheading. And we're gonna set, we can actually just remove the active menu, and it's just making this set state active heading, and it is going to be, instead of 1, it's just going to be the subheading. Save that. Then in the render here, let's push the return a bit down. We are going to start by destructuring these active menu item and active subheadings from the state to make them easier to reference. So we are going to write active menu item, active subheading, and we're going to say equal to this state, like so. Then we're going to say const menu item equals, I'm going to create an array, and here we're going to create these titles. So we're going to say personal, we're going to say education, we are going to say career, then we are going to create another const called active menu title. We're going to set that equals menu items. We forgot, we misspelled it, menu items, like so. So we're referencing the array we just made. And we are going into the active menu item minus 1. Minus 1 because an array is always 0 based, so if we want the first part here, we have to go to the 0th place. Then we are creating another one called AboutMenuItem, and we are setting that based on a ternary operator. We are gonna ask the question, active menu title, is it equal to personal? If so, like so, is it equal? Then we're gonna set it to personal icon. Use this one. If not, then is it the active menu title? Is that equals education? And if so, set it to the education icon. And if that's not true either, then there's only one left, so set it to the career icon. And that's another way to write an if-else statement. Then under here, we are going to create our const subheadings equals subheadingsData, and then inside of there, the active menu item. Now we are ready to return and render all of our content on the About Menu page. So let's remove this About Menu here. Let's give this div a class name of menu. And then inside of the menu, we are going to create menu items. And we're going to map through those items. And we are going to take the item and we're going to take the index. And we are going to create an arrow function here. And inside of here, we are basically going to create our React component. So we're going to render it for every item inside. So let's just close this like so. And this component is going to take some props, of course. And it has a key. We're going to set that to index. It is going to have a title. And we are going to set that to title. It also has an active. And we are setting that to the active menu item. And we're checking if that's the index plus 1. And then we are going to the on click and setting that to this arrow function. And we're saying this handle menu items click the index plus 1. And save that. Title is not defined. We wrote wrong here. That's supposed to be item, not title. There we go. Then we can move on. We can create a new div here. Let's actually just copy this whole div. And we are going to give that a class name of subcontainer. That's going to be our right side here. The menu is the left side and the subcontainer is the right side. Why am I getting an arrow here? I have done something wrong, I think. Div. Of course, we need our empty React fragments to be around both of these divs, like so. That makes the errors go away. Then inside of this div subcontainer, we're going to have another div, like so, and it is going to be called, and it is going to have a class name of icon title container, and inside of here, this is where we're going to put our icons. We're going to create another image. It is going to have a source attribute, and where we're going to give it the active menu icon that we imported in the top of our file. We're going to give it the alt of active menu title. Then we're going to give it a class name of icon. Under the image, we are going to create an h3. Inside of the h3, we are going to give it the active menu title. As we can see, it is starting to pop up here. We are not getting our main menu though, items. So I'm wondering if we have a little bug. Let's see. We have our menu here, but it's empty. Let's see, we are giving it the about menu item. Key looks to be correct. Well, we'll check that later. Let's finish our subheading and then we'll check out why it's not rendering the menu items yet. Then we are gonna move on to the last step here. We are gonna change this to subheadings. We're gonna map over the subheading and the index, and we are gonna create about subheading component. It's going to take a key, which is the index. It's going to take a title, that is the subheading.title, like so. It's going to take a content, that is the subheading content. So now we're accessing the subheading that we created in the subheading data. The active is going to stay the same. We're just going to call the active subheading. And the on click is going to be not handle menu item click. It's going to be handle subheading click. And index +1. And then we are going to have one last thing here, menu item, and that's going to be equal to active menu item, and save. And let's see, we have some errors here. About menu item. Let's restart our app to see if that is the issue. npm start. Okay, so now at least it's easier to see what are the current errors. So line 47 expects a return value from an arrow function. So we've written something wrong here. So line 47, that is the menu item map. We have our fragment correctly and on the outside, so I think that's good. We have our class name, menu items, map. It is mapping over the item index. Okay, about menu, we're creating that here. Giving it a key, title, active, on click, this, handle menu item click. Okay. Is it because of this? No. Menu items. Okay, let's see. Have we correctly mentioned these? I see here we are using curly brackets instead of normal parentheses. So it should be like this. Save. Remove that semicolon there, and as we can see, it is rendering. Okay, so same thing here, parentheses instead of bracket, and we remove this semicolon here, and it is rendering. There we go. Okay, so that is pretty cool. Okay, let's see if I can click, and I can click. Yay! So now the actual functionality is working here. We don't have any errors, and we can see that as we click on, we even have the hover effect. Of course, it's not styled now, but when we click through the menus, we see that the submenus are then rendered. And then we can also click on the different submenus, but now by default they're always showing. But that's really, really, really cool. So now we have our About section content ready. Let's style it. So let's open our Explorer, and we can go into our styles and our AboutMenu.css. Let's target the menu, so the main menu. We're going to target the width, give it a width of 19 rem. We're going to give it a position of fixed. Then let's give it a display of flex. Then let's give it a flex direction of column. Then let's give it a top of 60%. And then transform, because we want to have it a bit higher. We're going to translate it in the Y direction, and it's going to be minus 60%, like so, and it's going to be from the left 10 view width, like so. Okay, so now we have starting to get the position of the menu items. Let's target each individual item. Let's give it a height of 3.7 rem. And let's give it a display of flex as well, like so. Then let's give it a justify content of flex end and a align items of center and cursor, because we want to have a hover effect on it, to pointer. It's working nice. Great. Awesome. Okay. Moving on, let's target the title. And let's give it a font size of 1 rem and a padding right of 2.5 rem. Then we're going to target the item that is active and the title in it. And we're going to make its font size a bit bigger. 1.5 rem. So that's our active now. And as you can see, it's changing between and starting to already look much more visually like our finished product here. Okay. Moving on, let's target our sub container. And let's give it a width of 18.5 rem. Let's give it a position of fixed. Let's give it a display of flex. Let's give it a flex direction of column. Let's give it a top of 32%. And let's give it a right of 10 view width, same as the left. And also we want to have a cursor of pointer to indicate that these are things you can click on. Let's close our terminal as well so we see more. Moving on, let us target our active subheading. And let's give it a cursor of default, because when we are on the subheading, let's see, this is our active now. We want to only be able to click on the things we can click, and we're on education now, and we're on master's degree, so we want to only be able to click on bachelor's degree. And then when we click on that, we want the master's degree to be the non-clickable one. Next, item active, and then we want to say the nth child, and we want to target the first one. So basically this one. If it's active and the first child, we want to give it a certain styling. And here is where we define the different background colors. So we want to do background, we want to give it a linear gradient, we want to do 90 degrees from left to right, we want to give it a variable, because we've already defined those, of transparent, and also another variable of purple, like this, and it's gonna be at 70% from the end. So let's save that, and here we go, we are starting to get the correct color. Now obviously it's not rounded, so let's fix that right now. Let's give it a border radius of also variable, and it's gonna be the radius right, which we've also predefined, and here we see that it's perfectly styled as in our finished product here. Now let's save ourselves some typing by copying this down twice. We're gonna target the second, and we're gonna say variable transparent, but this time it's gonna be blue, and everything else stays the same. In the third one, it's gonna be cyan, and everything else is the same. So let's switch between them. Now it's starting to become difficult to tell which version we're on. As we can see, we have added the colors successfully. Now we're going to target the sub container 1 and the active subheading, and then the h3 in that. And let's copy that down twice and just change the 1 and 3. And we're targeting all of those at the same time, and we're giving those a border radius of variable radius, basically radius left, it's gonna be like so. Then we can copy one of these down. Let's see. First one, we're going to target this one individually, and we're also going to give it a background like so, linear gradient 90 degrees, variable it is going to be, we're going to switch these, so it's going to start with the variable purple, then it's going to move on to the variable transparent, and that's going to be at 100% of the width. Let's go to the first one here, as we can see here. Now let's copy this one down twice. We're going to target the second one and the third one. Give them the same. Instead of purple, blue. Instead of blue, or instead of purple, it's going to be cyan. So when we have all three of them, and it's active, it's not. Okay, there we go. It is working. Okay. Then we're going to target the item when it is active. And we are going to position it relative. And we're going to give it a cursor of, let's see, cursor default. Then we are targeting the p container, and we are displaying it hidden by default so that we can only show the ones that we have clicked on. Then we're going to target the active subheading, and then p container, and we're going to display it block to get the one that we are actually having live. So as we can see, that's how we get this effect. We also want to give it a font size of 1 rem. And then we're going to target our icon, title, container. We're going to give it a display of flex. We are going to give it a gap of 1.2 rem. We are going to give it a margin bottom of 0.5 rem and a cursor of default. So the icon we're targeting next, and we are giving a width of 3 rem and a height of 3 rem. That might also be its default. No, it's a bit smaller. And we are targeting the sub container 1h3. Copy that down. Also target the 2. Also target the 3. And inside here, position of relative and margin of 0.2 rem and 0, and also a padding of 0.5 rem, 0 and 0.5 rem, and 1 rem. Now it's starting to look much more like it. So that was the missing piece. Now we only need to add the media queries, and this page is good. So let's now target the media, and we're going to say max width of 700 pixels. And if that's the case, we are going to first spell media correctly. And then inside of here, sub container, we are going to say it's going to have a width of 15 rem. It's going to have a top of 50%. It is going to have a left of 50%. And it's going to have a transform of translate in the x direction minus 50%, like so. Then let's target the title. We're going to have a font size of 0.8 rem. We are going to have a padding right let's see there, of 2.5 rem. Then we are targeting our active subheading and then the P container. And then inside of here, it's going to be font size 0.8 rem. Next, we're going to target the icon title container. We're going to give it a display of none to hide it. Then we're going to target the H1. Give it a font size of 0.8 rem. And we're going to target the H2, the H3, and the paragraph at the same time. And give them a font size of 0.8 rem. Then we are going to target the icon and also display none. Actually, we can put that together with the icon title container. Save a bit of space and get the same result. Like so, it should be working. Now it is not looking the same way as we can see. Let's try to restart our terminal. So like so. npm start. Something is not right here. We are not targeting everything correctly. So let's see what the difference is. Well, first of all, we're not getting the menu to go up. Let's see here. We have, our menu is overlapping with the sub container. Let's inspect that. Menu. We do not have, compared to the media query here, we are not targeting. We have forgot also to add for our 1100 pixels. So let's just copy up this one and remove. Let's see, we want to target the sub container. We want to give it a right of 1 rem. And we want to target our item active and our title in there. And we want to give it a font size of 1 rem. Then let's target our item. And it is going to have a height of 2 rem. There we go. We are starting to get there. We need a bit more of CSS styling, but we are going to add it in our SkillsMenu.css, because it's going to be an overlapping styling we're going to use in our skills menu. So let's make that right now. Let's create a new file, call it skillsMenu.css. So here we are going to add our media query. We are going to target the max width of 700 pixels. And in that case, we are going to say that the menu is going to have a width of 10 rem. It is going to have a top of 30%. It is also going to have a left of 50% and a transform of translate y of minus 50%. Now we just gotta hook it up to the app. Now we just gotta hook up this CSS to the skills menu here to make it actually impact the page. So we're gonna import it in the skills menu. We're gonna import from /assets, or actually styles, and /skillsMenu.css. Save that, and we see that we have our menu updated up here. Now it seems to be working as intended. Our main menu is changing, our submenu is changing, and our career. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. We are completely done with our About page. The next pages will be reusing a lot of the functionality and a lot of the same methods to create the other pages. So let's move on to the skills page. Okay, so in our skills menu, we are gonna import as well. We are gonna import class names here as well. We are gonna import our styles. We are also gonna import some data here as well that we are gonna be saving in a different file. It's gonna be called skills data. So skills data.js. I'm going to just drop this one. And we are gonna import front end icon from .assets / eagle emblem. I'm gonna copy this one down. Control Shift down. And the next one is gonna be a hawk emblem. There we go. Also, let's change this to backend icon. Now let's make the skills data file in the skills folder. skillsData.js. And inside of the skills data, we are gonna have, if we switch to the finished product here, we're basically gonna write all our skills for the front end and the back end and how many points they have. So we can also render out these based on this data set. So let's keep that open. Okay. So quite similar to the about data set we had. We're gonna say a const skills equals and then an object, and here it's going to be 1 for the first set, and we're going to have an array. It is going to be title, and it's going to have the title of HTML, and then it's going to be level 6, and then comma. We also forgot to put it in, it needs to be in its own object, so like so. So that's basically what we need to create this part, the HTML and the bars. And you see here we have 6 out of 6 bars filled, so that's that level here. Next, we basically just copy this for as many skills as we want in our first front-end page. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We see on the CSS one we have 5, so we change that. Next one is Sass 2. Then we have JavaScript, which we're gonna say 5, and we have TypeScript of 4. And Tailwind CSS 1 and 3 and for React.js and Figma. Save that. Then we're going to copy this whole one, and we're going to make the page for the backend. We switch there, we see we have 7 here in total. Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here, but 7 here, yeah. So here we have SQL 5 Node.js, and that's going to be 4 MongoDB. 2 we have Git. 4 we have PHP. 1 we have SQL. 3 and we have Express.js. And we can remove the last one, like so. So now we're ready to render out this content right here. So we can close our skills data. Here, before we render, we're also going to create a constructor here. Constructor, it is going to take props, like in our about. And in here, we're also going to set our state, basically. So this state equals active menu item, and that's going to be equals to 1. So let's save ourselves some time by going into the About menu. Let's copy everything from the handle menu click. Let's copy that. And yeah, let's just copy everything down from there. And we can paste it in like so. We can remove the handle subheading click. We don't need that. We don't have a subheading here. We are going to call render content here. We're also going to remove the active subheading in the handle menu click. We're going to leave the active menu item. Then in the render content, we are going to render our skills, because we are taking these from here. Then we are going to remove all of this, like so. We are going to return skills map, and here we are going to take our skill and our index, and then here after the index we are going to have an arrow function and then a parentheses. Let's just remove everything under here to clean it up a bit. So inside of here, we are going to have a div, and then the div is going to have an alt, a key of index. Furthermore, it is going to have a class name of, and then we're going to remove those. We're going to add backticks. It's going to have a class name of skill sub. We need to put these in parentheses or curly brackets, like so. So skill sub container, and then dash. We are going to give it a variable, this state active menu item, like so. And we are closing our first div here. Inside of here, we are gonna say array, and we're gonna say 6, and we're gonna map over that with underscore, comma, and then an index, and then a function. Inside of this function, we are returning a div and closing div. And this div is going to have a key of I, and it is going to have a class name of, let's see, backticks level point and space dollar curly brackets I, if it's smaller, skill level question mark. That means it is filled. Otherwise, it is unfilled. And save that. So here is basically where we're deciding whether it is filled or not filled. We forgot. Under this div, we are gonna add an h3. Inside here, we are gonna say the skill.title, like so. And here, this is the reason we are getting some weird error here. We have forgot to make our div actually correct. We need to put the class name here, level container, and a opening div here that is supposed to be sitting inside here, like so. Is this, let's see, like so. Opening container div, this is inside the div, and then we are missing a closing div here, like so. That should fix it. So now I think this code is correct. We obviously don't have the rest of the code here, so it is giving us an error, but I think we can move on. So under here we are gonna render, and then in here we are gonna say const, and we're gonna destructure here as well. We're gonna say active menu item. We're going to say this is equal to this state, and then const menu item is equal to, and this is where we also name them front end or back end. And then const current icon equals active menu item. If that is equals 1, then it's the front end icon, and if it's not, then it's the back end icon. Then we're going to return, and inside of here we are going to return a div, and it's going to have a class name of skillMenu. Let's also give this a closing bracket down here. Okay, we have stopped the error. Inside of the skill menu, we are going to return menu item. Items plural. And here as well, menu items plural. So menu items, we're going to map over them. We are going to take the item and the index, and then we're going to have an arrow function, and then parentheses, we are gonna return a div, and inside here there is going to be a key of index, and it's going to have a class name of class names, and here we're going to take skill item, sorry, and then it's going to be active skill set to active menu item equals index plus 1, and then under here it's going to have an on click like so equals to a arrow function. This handle menu item click index plus 1, and then our closing bracket. Hopefully we didn't write anything wrong. We absolutely did. Here we go. Instead of index equals 1, it's going to be index plus 1. Let's create another closing div here, like so. And inside of here, we are gonna add an h2. Inside of the h2, it is gonna be item, and this is gonna have a class name of skill title, and then under here we are gonna add an image with a class name skill icon. We're gonna add a source of current icon. We're gonna add an alt of current skill, and then we are gonna close our image, and under the image we are gonna have another div, and then inside of the div we are gonna say this render content skills, and then we're going to say an array, and we're going to say active menu item, and then this div is going to have a class name of skill subcontainer. Save that. Okay. Uncont runtime errors. So let's inspect this error. Let's see what it's saying. So skill menu 50. So here on the map, So let's just start our terminal again. Let's just kill this one. Make sure it is not something to do with that. Start it again. Compiled. Okay, so it is a proper error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading map items, map item, and we're giving it the index. It's going down here. So after digging through this error, I have seen that we have forgot to export our skills data. So of course, that is giving us an error. So I would imagine this is, well, we did forget it, but it still keeps our error. Okay, so let's restart our app this time and see if that does anything. npm start. Good thing we exported it, because that wasn't working either, but let's see if we can find something else here. Having looked at it again a bit with fresh eyes, we are actually unnecessarily destructuring this menu items. It just needs to be stated here. Let's save that. That is starting to help. Okay. This seems to be pretty spot on. Okay. And then here I have forgot to make this an arrow function, like so. Let's save that. And this seems to be fixing our bug. So hopefully that was it. It seems to be working well now. There we go. And full screen, we see we can use the functionalities here. We get all our skills. We are picking them up nicely from the skills data. Now let us style this so it looks good. Let's open our skillsMenu.css. Let's put this media query down a bit. Let's target our skill menu, and we're going to give it a width of 31.2 rem. Let's give it a position of fixed, and let's give it a display of flex. Let's also give it a flex direction of column, and let's give it a top of 30%. Let's give it a right of 15 view width, and let's give it an align items to the flex end. Then let's target the skill item, and we're going to give it a height of 3.7 rem. We're going to give them a width of 50%. We're going to give it a display of flex, and we're going to give it a position of relative, and a justify content to flex end, and align items to the center, as well as a cursor to pointer. Save that. Indeed becoming a pointer. Cool. Next up, let's target the skill title and give it a font size of 1 rem and a padding right of 4.5 rem. Then let's target the skill item dot active skill, and then the skill title, we're gonna give it a font size of 1.5 rem. And here we can see the active one is becoming bigger. Then targeting the active skill itself, giving it a border radius of variable, radius left, and a cursor of default. Then we are gonna target the skill item active skill and the nth child. So the first one, active skill, when it is active, we want it to be, or to have a background, not a background color, but a background of linear gradient to 70 degrees, and hashtag FFFFF00, and then variable of purple, and that's going to be at 70%. Let's see. Perfect. Let's now copy this one down, say child 2, and this one is gonna be blue. Let's see. Perfect. Then we're gonna target the skill icon, and we're gonna give it a width of 5 rem. We are going to give it a height of 5 rem. We are going to give it a position of absolute. And we are going to, let's see, we are going to give it a top of 1.8 rem. And we are going to give it a left of 8 rem. Then we are going to target the skill sub container 1 and then the h3, and then we're going to copy that down and target the sub container 2, and we're going to give them both a position of relative and a margin of 0. Next, we're going to target the menu, and it is going to have a width of 19 rem. It is going to have a position of fixed. It is going to have a display of flex, and it is going to have a flex direction column. It's going to have a top of 50%. It is going to have a transform of y direction. Let's see, translate in the y direction of -25%. And it's going to have a right of 15 view width. Then we're going to copy this one, and we're going to take that down here. We're going to remove the h3. We're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to give it a justify content to the right, and we're going to give it a gap of 2 rem. Then we're going to target the level container, which is keeping all our, basically our skills. We're going to display that in a flex. We are going to give it a gap of 0.3 rem. And then we're going to target the level point, every single point. We're going to give it a width of 3 rem. We're going to give it a height of 2 rem. And we are gonna give it a border radius of 0.2 rem. Then we are gonna target, basically give it a color when it's filled and not filled. So when it's filled, it is gonna have a background. It's gonna have a linear gradient. It's gonna be 180 degrees from top to bottom. It's gonna be hashtag 236473. Then it's gonna be hashtag 25AFCE, and the third color 7CE7FF. There's our filled. Let's copy that down. And we're gonna say unfilled. Now they're the same, but we're gonna change that. So the first color is gonna be 1C8298. Second color 074654. And third color 074654. And there we go, it gives it that unfilled box look. But feel free to tailor this to whatever you want. Next, we are going to target the skill sub container. And we are going to say that the margin top is 2 rem. We are going to say display flex. And we are, of course, going to put the flex direction to column. And we are going to give it a gap of 0.4 rem. Now we are ready for our next media query. Let's copy paste this and change the first one to 1100 pixels. Then we are going to target the skill item and then the active skill and then the skill title in there. And then we're going to give it a font size of 1 rem. Next, we're going to target the skill icon. We're going to say display none. Next, we are going to target the level point. And we're going to give it a width of 1.2 rem. We are going to give it a height of 1 rem. We are going to give it a border radius of 0.1 rem. We're going to give it a level container. And that's going to have a gap of 0.5 rem. And then the skill container, actually skill subcontainer 1, and the skill subcontainer 2. Let's see there. We're going to give them a gap of 0.5 rem. Actually, this first one was supposed to be 15. And let's copy paste this one down and remove everything like so. It is going to have a gap of 0.2. It is also going to have a margin top of 2 rem. Now we're going to target our H1. We're going to give it a font size of 0.8 rem. H2, H3, and paragraph. And they are going to have a font size of 0.7 rem. Almost done. Now we need our skill. Let's see, menu. And we're going to give it a flex direction of column. We're going to give it a left of 50%. We are going to give it a transform of translating the X direction minus 50%. We are going to give it an align items of center, and we are going to give it a top of 30%. Last thing, skill item height 2 rem and width 12 rem. I got lost in the code. I forgot to see on the right side, but it looks good. So it's looking good on the desktop. The about page is looking good. The skills page is looking good. Let's inspect it. It is also looking good on the mobile. I think we did it. Pat yourself on the back. We have finished 2 out of 4 pages, and the next 2 pages are definitely going to be easier and quicker to make. So next up, let's make the project page. Okay, so let's close our skills menu and our skills menu CSS. And we close the folder, and let's go to the project folder. We can open our projects.js. And let's also create a new file here. Call it projectsData.js. And for the last one, projectsMenu.js. Okay. Now in our projects menu, let's just create a template here, RCC, save that. And let's import the project menu. From project menu, like so. And here we are going to remove div tags and just leave the empty React fragments. And then we are going to render the projects menu here, like so. So now we have that rendered. We can now close our projects.js file. We are done with it. Let's create our project's data first. So we are going to import our project 1 that we're going to call from /assets/project1. That's going to be our images for the different projects. Let's copy that down twice and just change to 2 and 2 and 3 and 3. Then we're going to create a constant, and this data is going to be similar to the other pages we have made. So it's going to be number 1 inside of an object. We are going to create in this number 1 another object, and inside of here we're going to create a title. it is gonna be we're gonna have a string here, social media platform, like so. We're gonna have an image, and that is gonna be project1 for the first one. Then we are gonna have a description, like so. And that is going to be within a parentheses, within an empty fragment. And then inside of here, we are going to have a paragraph with our, for me at least, the lorem ipsum text. Let's just copy that from the finished project here, lorem ipsum. So, and then after the text, we're gonna have our GitHub link. So I'm just gonna write HTTPS, and then I'm just gonna link to GitHub, but here is where you would link to the individual repo. And then we're going to copy this one down. Next link is going to be to our deployed website. Actually, like so, demo. And then I'm just linking to Netlify here, which we are using later in the video. Then we're going to copy this whole thing down 1, 2 times. And that's going to be each of our projects, so 3 projects in total. Next one we are going to call productivity app, and it's going to be project 2. You can leave the rest as it is. And food delivery app. And project 3. Save that. And then let's export it. Export default projects. And then that should be everything for our project's data. So if you have more projects you want to show, of course you just add more and more projects, and then that will be rendered here additionally. So we can close our projects data now. And here as well in the projects menu, we're going to put the render a bit down, and we are going to start with our constructor that defines our state. And yes, here we are also taking props. And here, like so. And we want to say this state equals active project. And that's going to by default be number 1. We are also going to have a handle project click here, which is going to be taking the project, and we're going to have arrow function, and this is going to update the state. And it's going to set the active project to the project we have clicked. Here we are also creating our render content method, projects, arrow function, and then like so, we are going to return projects, which we are mapping through. Project and index. And then we are sending that like so. And inside of here, we want to create a div like so. Inside of that div, we're going to have a class name of, and here in curly brackets, and backticks project sub container dash $, curly brackets, index plus 1 like so. And it's also gonna have a key, and that's gonna be equal to the index we are passing it. And then within this div, let's see, where's the end tag? Here it is. Within this div, we are going to have an h3. It is going to have a project. Let's see, project dot title. And under this div, we have an image. Which is going to have a source of project image and an alt of project dot title. Under here, we are going to create another div. Inside of this div, we are going to have our description. So that's going to be the project dot description, like so. And then another div with a class name of link container. Inside here, we want a link, and that's going to have an href, which is going to lead to our GitHub. So we go into the project, and we get the GitHub, and then also we are going to have target, and that's going to open in a new page with this blank. In addition, we're adding the rel property, no opener, no referrer, like so. Only one F, but 2 R's, like so. No opener. Gotta keep the typing straight here. Okay, so then inside there, it's just gonna say GitHub. And then we can copy this whole link down, because that's gonna pretty much look the same for our demo. And blank, no opener, no referrer. And instead of GitHub, it's gonna say demo. Then in our return statement, let's remove the inside here. Let's also move back to our project so we can see. Inside our div, we're actually in the div, we are going to have a class name, project menu. Then we are going to return another div inside of here, which is going to have a class name as well of project menu, project items container. Like so. Inside of here, we are gonna return our projects items. Let's see, project items. We are mapping. And then going through the item and the index. And we are returning that. And then inside of here, a div. Like so. The div is gonna have a key of index. It is going to have a class name of class names. It is taking project item and active project and active project, checking that. Is it the index plus 1, like so. Furthermore, it's going to have an on click, and that is going to be this arrow function. Just going to use this, and we're going to call the handle project click and index plus 1, like so. And then inside of the div here, we are gonna have an h2, and it is gonna have the item inside of it, as well as the class name of title, like so. We are getting errors here because we have, of course, not imported anything here, all of these. So let's do that right away. So let's import class names from class names. Let us import the project from, and then /project data. Let us also import our styles. Import from /styles/ projectMenu.css, and that's with a capital S, like so. Have we created that yet? I don't think so. Let's create that. Before we start rendering here, we need to define these constants that we're using. So const, and we are gonna create the active project equals to this state, like so, and then const projects item with singular s equals an array, and here is where we define the names, project 1, let's see, project 2, project 3. Hit save. Like so. So under the second last div, we are going to create another div. It is going to have a class name of project subcontainer, and then we are gonna, looks like that was solving it, then this dot render content, And then inside of here, we are going to have an array, projects, and then going into this one, we're going to go for the active project and save that. Let's see, why is that giving us a error? Projects is not defined. It should be. Are we? Okay, here we go. We have written this one wrong with an S, and there we go. We are importing successfully our different projects. As we see, we are rendering it out. And there we go. Now let's style the projects page. You can close the project menu. First, let's target the project menu. Let's give it a width of 45 rem. Let's give it a position of fixed. Let's give it a display of flex. Let's give it a top of 25%. And let's give it a left of 50%. And a transform of translate in the X direction minus 50%. Save that. That puts it in the middle. Then let's target the project item container, and let's give that a flex direction of column, and then a display of flex and a position of not inherit but relative, and a width of 40%, a margin top of 12 rem, and a align items to the flex end, like so. Then let's target the project item. Now we're going to give that a height of 3.75 rem, width of 90%, display of flex, position of relative, and justify content to the flex end, align items to the center, and cursor pointer, like so. Starting to be really good. Then let's give that a project item active project, and then the title of the active project. We want to make that a font size 1.5 rem, like so. Then the active project, we want to give a border radius to it, the variable, and this is going to be the radius left. And then we also want to give it a cursor default dot project item dot active project, and then we want to go to the nth child. We want to go to the first project, and we want to give it a background linear gradient to 70 degrees, hashtag FFF00, comma, and then the variable. And here we are going to use the purple variable, and that's going to be 2. the 70%. So something is not working here. Let's see. No, it's working. My mistake. There we go. And then we are going to do that for the two other projects. And we're going to change this to blue and to cyan. There we go. Now let's target the project subcontainer and give it a width of 60%. Let's give it a margin top of 2 rem. Let's give it a display of flex. Let's give it a flex direction of column. Let's also give it a gap of 0.375 rem. Moving on, let's copy this one. And we're going to target project subcontainer and then all the H3s in it. We're going to give that a position relative. And we are going to give it a margin of 0. Then we are going to copy this down again. We're going to target the image. We are going to give it a width of 100%. We are going to give it an object fit of cover. We are going to give it a border radius of 0.5 rem, 3 rem, 0.5 rem, and 0.5 rem, like so, which gives us this nice curve at all the ends, but a bit more of a curve on the top right. As well, we're going to give it a bit of see-throughness with the opacity by setting it to 0.9 to enable a bit of this background to kind of shine through. Then let's copy it down again. We're going to target the paragraph now. We are going to set the font size to 0.875 rem. We are going to go down, target the link container A, and here we're going to give it a color of white, and we are going to say text decoration none, like so. Then we're going to have the link container, and we are going to say display these as flex. Like so. And also justify the content space around, like so. Let's also in the link container A add a margin top of 1 rem. Let's add a width of 50% for each of them. Let's add a height of 2.75 rem. Color is white, text align is center, like so. Then we are ready to move on to our media queries. It's looking good here. And let's see, it is working, opening our links. Cool. Now we add our media query, media, max, width, 1100 pixels. And then we are going to target the project menu. We're going to give it a width of 28 rem. We are going to give it a top of 20%. we are gonna give it a transform, translate, x direction minus 50%. Then the project item, height of 2 rem and width of 100%. Next up, project item dot active project dot title, and that's gonna be font size 1 rem dot title font size 0.8 rem. Then let's copy this whole query down. We are gonna now take the situation under 700 pixels. So the project menu is gonna have a top of 20% still, so we don't need to change that. It is gonna have a flex direction of column, and we are gonna, instead of transform, we're gonna align items to the center. Let's inspect here. Then the project menu and the P tag inside, we are gonna give a font size of 0.7 rem. We can remove these. Then the project sub container. Here we are gonna have margin, top 1 rem, and then the width equal to 12 rem. And let's copy this down, project sub container, and then the image is inside, and that's gonna be a width of 12 rem. And then under here, the link container and the A inside, the links, the margin top of 0.5 rem, width of 50%, height of 2 rem. And last but not least, project items container margin top of 0, like so. And links are working. Cool. Awesome. Looking cool. All right, let's reload. We have no errors. Looking good on desktop and on mobile. We are done with our projects page. Let's move on to our contact. So let's close the projectsMenu.css and let's go into the contact folder, open our contact file. And we are also gonna create a new file here called ContactMenu.js. We're just gonna export that quickly so we can reference it in our contact.js. So we can remove the component part here. We can import our contact menu. We can just remove this. We're gonna write const contact equals, and that's gonna be an arrow function like so. And then we're gonna return here, return, and we are gonna return empty fragments, and inside of here we are gonna render our contact menu like so. And then we are gonna export default contact, like so. And we see we are rendering it correctly. So now we can close our contact.js. And inside of our contact menu, let's start by importing two more things. We are importing email.js from email.js.com. We are also gonna import DOM.purify from DOM.purify. So we're using these for basically security purposes, to make it to make our email, our submission form more secure and less vulnerable to not well-intended purposes. So here we are gonna export default, and then it's gonna be a function, and that's gonna be called contact menu, like so. And then we are gonna start. We can remove the render for now. We are gonna start by creating our constant initial state, and that is gonna be name. So here we are creating the form submission. So the name is going to be empty, and we are gonna have three submission elements here: name, email, message. So next one is going to be email, and then message, like so. Of course, we are not setting them correctly. We need to use colon, like so. Then it's correct. So under here, we are going to define some more constants. So const, and then form data set form data, and then equals to use state initial state. And then let's copy that 3 times. Errors, set errors, and then that's going to be use state without anything inside. We're just going to have an object, and then is loading, set is loading, and then use state. It's going to start out as false, because we are going to use this to basically have a little loading while we are sending. And then is sent, set is sent, and then use state false, because it is not sent initially. Then under here, we are gonna have something that handles the change in our form. So we're gonna say handle change equals to when an event happens, we are gonna, what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna react to it. We are gonna say const name value equal to target, and then under here we're gonna set form data, and we're gonna have prev form data, and then another arrow function. with a parentheses and an object inside, and we're gonna say prev form data, and under here we are gonna take the name, the value, like so. Then let's copy this handle change down. We are gonna have another one that is gonna be handle submit. It's also gonna react to an event. We are gonna first say for the event, prevent default, like so, to not refresh the page. Then we're gonna say const validate errors equals to validate form, like so. And then here, let's remove this. If object dot keys validate errors dot length bigger than 0, then set errors validate errors, like so, and then we are going to return. And then when we are handling the submit, we are going to set is loading to true. Furthermore, we're going to update then our variables. So name, we're going to update our state, email, and message is all going to be equal to the form data. And then the const, here we are going to introduce our DOM purify. We're going to sanitize our data, basically taking it and making it so people can't put SQL injection into it, which is a very common way of hacking a site. So const sanitized data equals name, and then we're going to have name, and that's going to be with a space here, and then plus DOM purify dot sanitize this name, like so. Now let's copy that down twice for the email as well. So this is what we are actually sending to ourselves. Like so, let's make that a capital. And message, email, and message, like so. Then we are going to reference some constants. We're going to create a constant called service ID. These are the things we need for connecting our form element later to the email.js service. So we are basically going to give it our individual passwords here. And the way we're going to do it, we're not going to write it here in our code, hard code them here. We are actually going to create a whole new we're going to put it in our env.local file that we mentioned in the start. And here we are going to save it, and because it's in the git ignore, it's not going to be pushed to our public repository, or it's not going to be available to anyone else apart from us on our local machine. So process.env.react_email.js_service ID. And I'm gonna of course show you later. We're gonna input our where we find these first and how we are gonna write them. So let's copy these 3 times, 2 times. Template ID. Same here. Template ID. And then last one is gonna be user ID. Going to be set to user ID. We are getting an error here because we have not imported our use state, like so. Validate form is not defined. Validate form is not defined. Well, that's normal because we haven't defined it yet. Okay, but we are ready to move on now that we have our we have inputted our keys here. Let us move on to the email.js. Here we are gonna now send. Let's actually make this like so. Send. We are gonna use the service ID. We're gonna use the template ID, sanitized data, and the user ID. Then we are gonna send response like so. Console log email is sent successfully. Response dot text like so. Then we are gonna set the form data to the initial state, basically reverting it back. Then we are gonna set errors, and it is going to be just an empty object here, and then set is sent to false like so. Then then we are going to catch the error. Then we are going to console error email sending failed. So we're adding error handling here. Error. Then under here, finally set is loading to false. Then we are ready to create our validate form function. So const validate form equals 2, and then we're going to have an arrow function here, and then we're going to say const name email message equals form data, const errors, yeah, equals object if we don't have a name trim then error dot name equals name is required. So this is what we are basically writing when we are trying to submit the form and we haven't filled in the required boxes. And then let's add a return errors. Like so. And then let's copy this name down. We're going to do the email next. So if email doesn't exist, then we're going to say email is required. And else, if, we're going to copy it down once, if email is invalid, so else if is invalid email is valid, like so. If is valid email is not true, which makes it invalid, I'm going to give it the email. Then errors email is that invalid email format, and also let's not forget to change this to the email, like so. Let's remember to close that, and let's copy it one more time, the first one, and let's say the message trim errors message is required. Now let us create this const is valid email equals to value and equals to like so. And then we're going to have a const email regex, and that's going to be equal to, and now I'm going to copy paste in a piece of code, and I'm going to leave that in the description in the video here for easy access, because this is a bit crucial to write correctly, and it's just a bunch of symbols that basically make it so that when you input things here, you can't like put in, for example, HTML here and then put in, for example, a link to a JavaScript file and then basically do script injection in these forms. So this is a way to basically remove all of those potential threats. And yeah, I'm not going to take the chance to write anything wrong here, so I'm just going to leave that, I copy paste that in and leave that in the description for you. Return email regex.test value. Now we can finally render our content. So we're going to return. We are going to create a div here. It is going to have the class name of ContactMenu. Inside of here, we are going to have is sent and parentheses form And then inside the form, we are gonna have an on submit, and that is gonna handle the submit like so. Inside of the form, we are going to have a div. That div is gonna have a class name of form group. Inside of the form group, we are gonna have a label, and that is gonna have an HTML4 name, and then it's gonna say name in the label, like so. And we see that is popping up here nicely. Then after the label, we're gonna have an input. It is gonna have a type of text. It is gonna have an ID of name. It is gonna have a name of name. It is gonna have a placeholder of true. Placeholder of name. It is gonna have a value of form data dot name. It is gonna have an on change handle change. It is gonna have a class name of errors dot name errors or error, and then empty string like so. And then it's gonna have a disabled that is gonna be true with is loading. Okay, so don't ask me again here. Looking good. Then inside of our input, we are gonna have errors dot name and we are gonna create a span element here, and it is gonna have the class name error message, and then inside of the span it is gonna be errors dot name, so that we can actually display the name if we are trying to submit it, like in these red boxes here. Then we can copy this whole form group down once. We're gonna do the next one, and that is gonna be changing the name to email. It is gonna be email here, type, it's gonna be email, ID, email, name is gonna be email, placeholder, capital email, form data, email, on change, handle change, that's correct, class name, errors, email, and then the error, and then disabled is loading, that's the same, errors, email, error message, error, email. So basically changing all the name to email, and then this one is done, as you can see. And then we are gonna copy this form group down once more for our message. So instead of email, it's gonna be message, and same here, message, like so. Type, that's going to be message. Actually, we don't need a type here. It's going to be ID, message. It's going to be a name, message. It's going to be a placeholder of message. Message. It is going to have a value of form data message. It is going to have an on change, handle change, class message, let's see there, message, and then error, and then disable this loading. And then here it's going to be message and message here as well, like so. So I see I've done a mistake here by having the input. It is not necessarily to be here. So let's delete the input end tag and just add a slash here because it's a self-closing tag. Same here, and a slash here, and same here, and a slash. Let's see. Actually, here we're going to keep it because we're going to change this last input to text area and text area, like so. But we are going to remove this text area up here before the error handling here. Then after the div, after this last div here, we are going to add a button. And inside the button, we are going to say is loading. If that is true, we are going to say sending. Like so. And if not true, it is gonna just say submit, like so. And here we're gonna have a type of submit, and then it's gonna be disabled whenever is loading is true. Then we just need a few more things and our form is done. So after this last bracket here, we are going to say is sent, and here we're going to say div and a closing div as well. Inside of this div, it's going to have a class name of success message. That's what we're going to show when we have successfully sent our message. It is going to have a p paragraph tag, and inside of here we're going to write success, and then we're going to have 3 of those. Inside here we are going to write your message has been successfully sent. And then last one, you can safely leave this page. Alrighty. So now, normally it should be working, but let's style it a bit first so that we can actually test it without having it be flown up in here. And we are also, of course, going to be adding our email.js keys. Without them, this form data wouldn't lead anywhere. So let us go to the contact. Let's create our contact.css. And let's also link that in our contact.js file. So import from /styles/contact.css, like so. Let's target our contact menu. Let's give it a position of absolute. Let's give it a top of 57%. That's good, it's working, it's connected. Let's give it a left of 50%. Let's give it a transform of translate minus 50% and minus 50%. Let's target the form and display it using flex and flex direction column. And also let's give it a gap of 2 rem and let's give it a width of 18.5 rem. Then let's target our form group and let's give it a width of 100%. Let's target our input and our message. Give that a width of 100%. Background color of hashtag 0000040. Give it a border radius of 0.3 rem. Give it a border of 0.07 rem. Solid RGBA 255, 0.4. Like so. Outline, none. Color, white. Padding, 0.5 rem. Font, weight, bold. Font size 1 rem. Font family to be Russo 1, and if that doesn't work, then any sans serif font. Then we're going to target the input. We're going to say height 1.9 rem. Then we're targeting our placeholder and we're going to say color white, font weight 400, like so. Then we're going to target our message. We're going to say height 6.2 rem. We're going to say resize none, so that we can't drag it. It is. Are we targeting the message correctly here? Have we correctly added the message? Ah, that's why. So let's go and find the ID for that. Let's just do a search, massage, there we go. Give that a 2, like so. And now we see that we are correctly displaying this one as well. Cool. Next, let's target the button. Color white. Font size 1 rem. Font weight is going to be 600. Width 102%. Padding is going to be 0.5 rem and then 0. Background color is going to be transparent. Border none. Font family. And we're going to set that to Rousseau 1 for a sans serif. Then we're going to have a cursor of pointer, like so. Then we're going to target our success message. We're going to say text, align, center. We are going to display it using flex. We are going to have a flex direction of column. We are going to justify the content to the center. We are going to give it a background color of hashtag 0000030. We are going to give it a width of 100%. We're going to give it a height of 12.5 rem. We are going to give it a border radius of 0.3 rem. We are going to give it a border of 0.07 rem, solid, and we're going to copy this one here and just change that to 0.7 instead of 0.4. Then we're going to target the success message and then the paragraph. Margin 0.5 rem. Padding 3.7 rem. Then the error message. I'm going to give that a padding of 0.3 rem. Color of white. Background color of RGB 255, 59, and 59, and border radius of 0.2 rem, and then a label of display none. And then last but not least, we are going to add our media queries here. Max width 1100 pixels. Contact menu. Take the top 50%. And then we are done with this one. Actually, let's copy it and do the 700. So the contact menu here is going to have a width of 70%. We are going to take our form, give it a width of 100%. We're going to use our input and our message. Give that a width of 92%. We're going to target the success message and then the paragraph inside, and we're going to say padding 0. Actually 0 and then 0.5 rem. So let's see if I decrease the screen size here. It is looking good. Awesome, I think. And we get our error message, perfect. If I write something in here, submit, we see that the email needs to be in the correct format, gmail.com, submit, and then, user ID is required. That is because we haven't put our correct keys in here. So yeah, it seems to be working as intended. Cool. Next up, we are gonna go to email.js and we're gonna create our account and get our keys and link that up to our email so that we can make our form work. So in our browser, go to email.js.com and you're gonna create a free account. Once you have created your free account, you're gonna sign in. Once you are signed in, you're going to go to email services here. You are going to add a new service. You're going to click on Gmail. You can leave this as you want, just a standard one. And then you're going to connect your account. And then it's going to say connected as your email. And you're going to create a service. So now we have our service ID ready. Now we're going to go to our email templates and we're going to create a new template. And we are just gonna remove this standard stuff here, and we are gonna add our name, email, and message within 3 curly brackets like so. And that is gonna be the correct format for us. So you can also switch this new message from portfolio website. There we go. And we save this. And now, if you go to your settings, you will see that you have a key here under template ID. So now you have your template ID, you have your service, and then when you go to your account here, where you can find your public key that is here. So those are the 3 keys that we're going to need. So let's open up our env.local file, and here we are going to write react __app _ actually just one underscore here, app email.js _service ID equals, and then the string, and then within these strings you're going to put in your service ID that you just made. So you can copy paste that and then paste that in there, and then let's copy this down twice. Next thing we're gonna add is our template ID. Template ID, like so. We're gonna go to our templates, we're gonna find the one we want to use. Go to our settings, copy that, paste that in there, and then we are going to go to our account and we're going to get our public key and we are going to paste it in on the last one, and that's going to be our user ID. And then we're going to save that. We have everything we need. You might also want to confirm through your email, go through the process of connecting your email correctly. But now, normally, when I send now this form, it should be updated. So let's test this. Test, and then test at gmail.com, and then test message, and then submit. User ID is required. So let's just start our app again and see if that's gonna do the trick. So refresh, we are gone. New terminal, npm start. Okay, so let's test again. Test gmail.com, and test submit. Sending. Oh, that's promising. Okay, well, let's see if I got the email. So I did indeed get the email. It is working, but I did not get a I wasn't sent to the success page. So something is wrong. Email is sent successfully, okay, but I wasn't getting the success message. So that is something still that is missing here. So first of all, I see that we have misspelled our initial state. So let's just fix that to be, and you can do Control D to go through all of the words that are spelled the same way. So initial, like so. That's that at least. In our email.js here, we set is sent to false, although that should be set to true. And that's the whole way that we actually trigger our success message here. Is sent needs to be true. And here in the under set is loading, we have name twice. That should be message, like so. And I think then we are good. I think we are ready to test again. So let's see. Test 2, test 2, test 2, test 2. Well, let's check if the email, yeah, that works. Well, it's good that we are checking for a correct format. Test.gmail.com, submit, sending is loading. There we go. Success, your message has successfully been sent. As we can see, I have gotten the test 2 in my inbox. Perfect. So we can close our environmental local, we can close our contact, we can close our contact menu. Let's make our AI image. So we're going to change this avatar image to an image of yourself. So you're going to go to lexica.art. And as you can see here, these are, I'm logged in, but you can, and I think you have to log in, you have to create an account to be, it's completely free. They have a free version and they have a paid version, of course. But for the free version, so keep this in mind before you start generating a lot of new pictures. You only have 100 generations in the free account per month. So heads up, and every time you generate, it generates 4 at a time. So that basically means that you get to do it 25 times in the free account per month. And then you're done and then you have to pay. So heads up with that. But as you can see, the art is really, really cool. Like you can basically give it any prompt you want to this dog. And it's gonna generate it for you. And I find it absolutely incredible. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go on Unsplash and I'm gonna just find the man. Let's do this guy. So thank you, Mubariz. Upload image, like so. Generate. So this man in the photo with neon light combat armor, with a full set heavy combat armor. Let's see if we can bulk him up a bit, the combat armor. Yeah, looking better. Okay. Full sleeved armor. Let's see if we can give him sleeves. Getting there. Okay, so let's pick one that we like, let's say. Let's pick this one. Yeah, and then we can download that, or we can generate variations of this one. So here we get some variations. Let's create a variation of this one again. So you see we can like kind of go with different directions with these variations. So here we see we're bulking up the armor more. I like that. Let's go with basically the ones that have the most armor and have the style that I want. Cool. This is looking good. So let's see. We also want to generate a wider perspective of this. Maybe get her legs in here. Awesome. So here we have, let's say, here we have a guy we want to use. Let's say we like this picture, and that's from this reference picture. We want to download that. Let's now remove the background. We're going to go to Canva. We're going to create a custom size. We're just going to say 1080, 920, and then we are going to drop this picture in here. Let's make it a bit bigger. Like so. Let's make it the full size, like so. Also, let's make it a bit bigger still, so we have the dude in the frame for most of it. That's gonna help. So that's looking good. Then on Canva, we have this edit photo and background remover. And there we go, we have our background-less avatar. Now we can download transparent background, PNG, and now let's check out what happens if I now change this avatar image with this one. So I'm gonna just rename. So I am just gonna rename this to Avatar image.png and drop that into the assets. I'm going to replace, and there we see we have our updated avatar looking like this. You know, obviously not as well placed because I was using the other image, so you might have to like go into the Avatar.js file, but it's pretty cool how quickly and how fast you can get a complete rendered, AI rendered, in the style of Mass Effect version of yourself within a couple of minutes. And now we just need to put this website hosted somewhere. So what we are going to do then, we are going to open our terminal. We are going to, we can close, we don't need to run the project anymore. We are gonna say npm run build, and actually let me find the Explorer here, because that's gonna create a. This is gonna create a ready to deploy version of our site. So npm run build, and you see now that it's made this build folder, which has basically everything we need to make this site go live. So if we find that in our projects folder, then we're gonna go to Netlify. So once you have created an account on Netlify, create it with your GitHub account or anything else really. We're gonna add a new site here. We're gonna deploy manually. And now we are just gonna drop our build folder into this file here. And then that's gonna be ready pretty much. There's only one thing that we need to add here. And that is, we're going to go to the option, deploy settings, and we're going to go to the environmental variables. And here we are going to add a variable, and we're going to import from an env file, and then we're going to paste in our keys here that we wrote in our env.local file here. So we're going to copy them, and then we're going to paste them in here. We're going to save that, and then we're going to import variables. And now with our variables imported, it should be functional, fully functional with our contact page as well. So then let's go to general. We can also change the site name to something easier. Easy to remember portfolio site. There we go. And we click this and it opens our site, live and accessible by anyone. How cool is that? Okay, there we have our site. It is hosted, and test 3, submit, sending, and it's sent. And I have received it on my mail right now. It is working. So I hope you really enjoyed this portfolio. I know it was a bit longer, probably 5+ hours now, and a bit more complicated than I initially intended it to make it. But I had so much fun making these different pages, and I thought, you know what, it's sometimes really useful as a beginner in anything to also stretch your knowledge and to be exposed to a lot of different things that you don't fully understand now, but it's going to expose you to so much new content and knowledge that you're going to be picking up everything along the way subconsciously. And I really think this is a great way to learn. Now you have kind of seen a lot of new tools. Now you can go back and kind of redo the parts that you didn't understand, look deeply into the code, try to figure out why it's working the way it's working. And also please ask in the comments, what is it that you didn't understand? What is it that you want more explanations of? And potentially, what is it that you want another video to be about? So I hope you really enjoyed this tutorial. I will be making more of these in the future. I think I'm also going to make a bit more of an easier React tutorial in the future that is not 5 hours long. But yeah, I hope you had a blast. If you're here at the end with me, I think you did. And yeah, I wish you a very good day, and I'll see you in the next one. And until then, have a good one.